Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 6:34 p.m. A quorum of the board are physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. Board meetings are open to the public based on space availability to ensure social distancing and the health and safety of our community and staff. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It is also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Grande, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will now move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Singh, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes by all those on the dais. Secretary Singh, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, well, first we will start with an update on the superintendent transition. Last Tuesday, the Board of Trustees selected Dr. Anthony Mays as the interim superintendent for Austin ISD. As shared last week, we are currently finalizing an agreement with Dr. Mays, who will be in place on July 1st, 2022. After the interim superintendent is hired, the board and community will prepare for the deep work of identifying the next permanent superintendent. We hope to begin the informal community engagement now, post a request for proposals for a superintendent search firm in January 2023, and select and hire our next superintendent by summer 2023. Our next item is a scorecard discussion and a review on Goal 1.1, SPED map growth, reading and math. Dr. Reach.
Thank you, Vice President Wagner. So we are excited tonight to share with the board a discussion on Scorecard Goal 1, students currently receiving special education services demonstrating achievement on state assessment in all grades, all subjects at the meets grade level. And one thing that I'm very excited about, I want to point out, is that we have now completed a cycle for one of our following this, one of our first scorecard indicators of talking about it at the pre, the middle, and the end. And we will continue these scorecard discussions looking at end-of-year results under student achievement, our Goal 1 set, for the next 2.5 months. So excited about that, and I'd like to introduce our presenters today. We have Dr. Drew Robinette, Dr. Sherry Lee, and Dr. Teresa Arocha-Gil, and I would ask if they could please share our scorecard indicator for the day.
And I'm just going to need permission to share. I did have it, but it looks like it just got zapped.
Is your microphone? Do you have a mic?
Oh, excuse me, I will need permission to share this screen.
Mic, please.
Great. It says starting share screen will stop other participants' computer sound share. Do you want to continue and I'll continue? Yes. Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Dr. Reach, thank you for having us here this evening. I'm Drew Robinette, Assistant Superintendent for Special Education Services, and as Dr. Reach mentioned, I am joined here by Dr. Teresa Rocha-Gil, our Executive Director, and Dr. Cherry Lee, who is our Director of 504 and Dyslexia Services. You'll notice behind me, we likewise have our colleagues from the Office of School Leadership who will be here to support with additional questions. Thank you to Mr. Gilbert Hicks and Dr. Laura Stout, respectively. We're here to provide an update this evening on Scorecard Goal 1, students currently receiving special education services and the achievement levels on our state assessment on all grades and all subjects at the meets grade level. You will notice, just to point out, that the goal and progress measure for this were created or more specifically aligned to growth rather than the scorecard measure as specifically as it's written. And it's supposed to be predictive of the goal. However, we're measuring sort of two different things in place because there's a value on emphasizing growth. So we're measuring MAP from beginning of year to end of year. Based on that goal for our students receiving special education services. So if you could please join on the first, if you'll scroll down, Dr. Lee, the first table that you see on the report. Scroll down. Mm-hmm. Thank you, right there. The first table that you see is something that you're familiar with. You've seen that before. And as a reminder, Austin ISD was above the state in 2019 for students receiving special education services at the meets grade level at 26%. Relative to the state at 24%. However, we did see a decline in 2021 to 21%, which is consistent with the state, but we demonstrated a slightly greater decline than the state. All of this is in alignment with the work that we've been trying to address around results-driven accountability. You recall in the visit with Dr. Stetson and with other information that we're seeking to increase our performance of our students on grade level and on our STAR progress measures, but using growth is an important progress measure that we'll be addressing this evening. Next component, if you'll scroll down. So in the first graph, looking at progress measure, goal progress measure 1 at mid-year, we had 45% of all students receiving special education services, meeting their projected growth target at the MOI. And so we set that growth target, or you set that growth target at 45% for end of year. Based on the end of year data, we went from 45% to 39%. And so the measure is not from MOI to middle of the year to end of year, it's growth from beginning of year to end of year. So 39% of students met their growth target in reading, and this is 6% under the target that we set for reading. For all students in kindergarten through 8th grade, 49% of students met their growth target for reading compared to 39% of our students receiving special education services. So it's a relative comparison for you to consider. And then for comparison, 34% of our students receiving special education services who are experiencing poverty compared to 42% of the all student group in that same category. In addition, at the all students category for MAP growth and reading for students not considered economically disadvantaged, we see that 55% of them met their projected growth target at the middle of the year compared to students, 48% of students receiving special education services in that same category that were non-economically disadvantaged meeting that target. So in peeling this back further and studying the data more, we have questions about that decline, where we're seeing trends for improvement and where we have areas to address. You might recall that there was in the spring an increase in absences with the variant increasing, Omicron in particular. We saw higher absenteeism in the 80s in some of our schools. That may have played a factor. We don't know that for sure. Another is the timing of our testing and our assessment calendar. That has come out in both communication from our community, both teachers and our broader community, and we need to think about fidelity of implementation of the importance of MAP. And you'll be hearing in just a couple days from Dr. Diaz and our academics team about looking at adjusting the assessment calendar to make sure that it falls in a timely way to provide feedback for our students and for our teachers on the right pivots, the right instructional strategies, et cetera. Next slide, or scrolling down, please. All right, is everybody showing math?
Yes.
Great math, great, very good. So whereas we saw a 10-point gap in reading for students, there is a slightly smaller gap of 6 points between our baseline data of all students groups at 57% and 51% of our kindergarten through 8th grade students receiving special education services. We do see a similar trend regarding what we saw in reading, in the sense of some of those disparities among our students that are across economically disadvantaged versus non-economically disadvantaged students. And that's something for us that we've been looking at as a system overall. These data in tables 1 and 2 are just comparisons, and that just helps you to see how students receiving special education services are making growth compared to their peers, not identified at this time for those services. Ultimately, the baseline for students who met or exceeded their projected target in math for all students in kindergarten through 8th grade was just at or right above the target that was set, but we know that we have some additional growth to do there. The next table shows more of a demographic breakdown. That's table 3 of our reading and students meeting their projected growth target from beginning of year to end of year. At all students receiving special education services, 39% met their growth target from beginning of year to end of year, as compared to 30% of African American students receiving those services, 36% of Hispanic students, 49% of white students, and 32% of emergent bilingual students receiving special education services. So you can see among these data, we likewise need to consider and drill down further into what can be between a 13 to a 19 percentage points variance in meeting the projected growth targets across those respective student groups. Finally, the next table provides that additional breakdown demographically in terms of math for our students meeting their projected growth targets from beginning of year to end of year. At the all students receiving special education services, 51% of our students met their growth target from beginning of year to end of year, as compared to 42% of African American students, 48% of Hispanic students, and you can see the trend, 58% of white students and 46% of emergent bilingual students receiving those services. That variance likewise pronounced at 10 to 16 percentage points as well. So as I mentioned previously, 6% at the middle of the year was where we were. And so the target that you all set was at 50% for the end of the year. That was exceeded by 1 point for mathematics. So that's on track for this particular GPM. And it's developing in reading because we were 6 percentage points from our distance at the end of the year data based on the target that you all set. We all know that this is really data for providing a snapshot of what we're doing and what we plan to do this summer and thereafter. It's not a one-time thing. It's part of a systemic approach for adjustments that were brought to your attention by Dr. Stetson. So we're going to be disaggregating these data even further. They were only recently provided, really drilling down data campus by campus, classroom by classroom to find areas where we have some best practices that we can build on as exemplars and triangulate that against what we're using in our system, what's happening at the campus level, as well as areas where we need to provide some additional support. So at this time, we're going to talk about some questions that we have to frame our next steps for our work, as well as adjustments associated with that. So if you can move to the slide deck. Thank you. So this leads us to some framing of big questions to drive our work. And so when we think about those data, we question and wonder, what does research and experience really tell us are those big factors that would keep students from performing at a level we know they're capable of? That strong grade level instruction, grade level standards, as Dr. Stetson reinforced for us, with the appropriate scaffolds and supports and differentiation for students, which includes flexible grouping and all of those components. So this is the challenge that we are looking to address as a system, and this department will bring forward to you this evening as part of that. So our data are showing that we're starting to move some students in the right direction, but there's much more work to be done, and we need to validate and provide the resources and support to our teachers and to our administrators in support of them so they can provide that grade level instruction to our students, align the curriculum, and use scaffolds for differentiated instruction. So you can see those questions that are there for you on the screen. So with that question of what does research tell us are the factors, question one for us is sort of what can we ensure that our teachers have, how can we ensure that our teachers have the resources and the capacity to address the needs of our students to deliver that grade level instruction with the appropriate supports, whether they are academics and instructional supports, accommodations, modifications, behavioral supports. Second question for us is how can we ensure data systems and PLCs are customized to include all the students in instructional planning and progress monitoring? And the third question is that broader question around how do we build systemic capacity and supports for successful implementation, which includes not only our educators in our facilities, but our parents in our community. So to answer that, these are some of the adjustments, next slide, that we're looking to move forward going forward this summer. We know that research and experience tells us that stronger student success and outcomes, as we mentioned, begins with those expectations of students and how those things are needed for instructional alignment. So you'll notice 3 big buckets of priorities that we have here for short-term and longer-term adjustments for students. And before focusing on the priorities themselves, we just want to reacclimate and emphasize the arrow going across the bottom of the page. In her recent report to our district, Dr. Stetson reminded us for the need for leadership to make sure that we are working collaboratively with shared responsibility for all students. And this will be part of our banner work and intention collectively as a system this year. Priority 1 really speaks to Tier 1 instruction, making sure that our teachers know how to create those appropriate accommodations, modifications for students, revamping specifically that Tier 1 instruction and MTSS process with fidelity, with intentional collaboration through the academics office, the MTSS office, our office, the Office of Academics overall, and school leadership. Priority 2 is really leaning into tracking and that progress monitoring, making sure that our PLCs are customized and that we put the right data in the hands of our teachers and our administrators early on for that first pass of instructional planning for scaffolds, flexible grouping, and as approaching grade level content to meet the students' needs while making sure that we have accurate and complete data and reporting to make sure that the appropriate instructional adjustments and progress monitoring are being made for our students. And the final priority that we're looking to address for this particular scorecard item is connected to professional learning and also micro-learning in our broader community. And so Dr. Gill, our Executive Director of Special Education, will share with you some immediate next steps associated with Priority 3. Next slide, please.
Okay. The focus of this slide is on our professional learning beginning this summer. These are key highlights of some specific focused offerings. In particular, I want to draw your attention to the Professional Exchange Day credit. And although this is just a beginning, we have created 2 courses, one for general education teachers entitled Special Education Essentials for General Education Teachers, and one course for special education teachers that complements the training received by our general education teachers. These trainings must be taken by our teachers in order to complete their 12-hour PLED requirement. We also have a Leadership Institute, and it is woven in for all principals and assistant principals as well. This 2-day institute will provide our administrators with information on legal topics, characteristics of successful instructional practices, and will help our administrators understand those strategies that teachers and staff will need to use to provide grade level instruction to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. So that includes sort of a high-level component of our next steps and the pieces that we'll be addressing in terms of our professional learning components. There are pieces that we'll be engaging in further around data digs, finding those exemplars to share throughout our system, and with the partnership of school leadership, frequency of triangulating our work with many walks that have strong standards of practice for special education and seeing how those supports and services for Tier 1 instruction, core instruction, as well as the supports for our students are being put into place with regular intent. This is not a one-time thing. That's sort of what we have in the works immediately, and we welcome any questions that we can hear from you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinette, and Dr. Arocha-Gill and Dr. Lee. Appreciate the presentation this evening. Trustees, now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision. Our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring our reality matches the vision presented. When asking questions, we should try and focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So with that, trustees, are there any questions about tonight's presentation? Dr. Foster?
Good to see you all. Well, sort of. You're super far away as we have our setup for tonight, so I wave to you from across the room. Could you speak to, and it's a point of curiosity, but it's an important point, and it goes to the heart of our disaggregation of data. So when we're reviewing the tables and we're seeing data that's in a space at the beginning of the year for different cells, for different groups, but then as the year goes on, we see fluctuations among those groups, which is to say, so maybe our white students start at 59% and end at 58%, but our Hispanic students start at 56, and then there's a dramatic dip of 10 points or 6 points, and another group is kind of going in a different direction. So as I was looking at it, it was kind of hard to, well, how do we make sense of the fluctuations, and then from a standpoint of analysis of what's going on, and then how do we adjust?
Thank you, Trustee Foster, for that question. And that's exactly the sort of additional digging and wondering that we have. We do see some trends in terms of our all students. These are some of those conversations you all have had before. What are the other components that are coming into play where we're seeing more disparate impacts on particular student groups, whether it is around attendance, whether it's around our capacity building, not only with our respective teachers and connected support with our parents. That's something that we're peeling back further with our Office of School Leadership and with our team as well. There are certain things we don't have all the answers to be very frank with you at this point in time, and that's going to be where we're going to look for where are those exemplars where it's making a difference, what's aligned to our key inclusive practices that need to be put in place, where are there staffing implications, where are all of those components that we need to put in place for our system. And so it's not only a point of curiosity, I think, as a district in all areas. It's something that we've started to see. Next on Thursday, you'll be looking at 6th through 8th grade students overall. I'm sure you probably already started to look at those charts and have similar curiosities. And so there is some additional systemic work that we need to consider around strong, high expectations for all of our students and putting the right supports for our teachers, not only in terms of resources, but continuing to dig deeper and build more capacity around implicit bias, other factors that may be coming into play that we haven't fully determined at this point in time.
My only additional, thank you for that, and my only, I guess, additional thought is the internal versus the external, and where part of the puzzle will be turning to our external partners to account. So maybe things that are going on that have to do with ethnicity also have to do with the class dynamic in terms of income and, you know, where kids are on this campus versus that campus. And so it's a tough dive, but super duper important. And I think it might involve what's going on in the building, but also how we are partnered beyond the building to ensure that every student has what they need. And I wonder if you have any comment to that.
No, I think you're exactly right in terms of different community assets that we have not truly connected with more deeply, and that's not only as one department but as a system. And I think you challenge us appropriately to think not only within the walls of our building but also externally where are appropriate partners for us to make that difference. And with our school leadership team, I welcome if they have other thoughts, not to put them on the spot, but that will be appropriate feedback for us to consider what we can do further, and hopefully we'll be able to bring back some key steps that will be reflective of those efforts collectively.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Boswell?
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation, the data. I want to say thank you again for the commitment to really going deep and giving it to us in so many different ways and really naming, where we have work to do. So thank you, as always, for that. I think it just needs to always, I don't want it ever to go unsaid. And I also want to say just a thanks for the arrow across the bottom that talks about the coordination among departments. And the professional learning that you're planning for all teachers this summer, all educators, all people this summer. I know those are two things that a lot of people within who work in special education and a lot of families and advocates have been asking for a very long time. And it's very exciting to see that here. And I know it does align with the Stetson report and what it suggested. I have a question with that, which is, what impact do you expect that to have in the classroom? What do you think our students and our families should be looking for with that? And kind of what are you hoping that achieves at the beginning?
I'm happy to respond, or a team, if you would like to start.
Go ahead, and I can finish up.
Absolutely. Hi there. I'm sorry I'm leaning in a bit. Let me see if I can move this around a little bit. I would say that when I think about that professional learning opportunity that is now available for teachers, we've really focused on three main components. The first being inclusion and welcoming students into our classroom. The second being around high leverage instructional practices that are appropriate for classroom teachers as well as special education teachers. And the third is really an overview of that child find mandate, the 13 disability categories, and that identification process that children experience when they're being evaluated for special education. So those are really the three big buckets that we've included in our training. It is a 3-hour training, so we did do a deep dive on inclusion and again on those high leverage practices and really connecting the work that general education classroom teachers are implementing and really reinforcing those practices that they already have and they're already using, and then really having them think about what additional practices, right, can I bring to my instruction that are going to offer access and opportunity for students that are struggling, right? Yeah, so those are those three main areas I'd like to point out.
I would just add to that. Oh, go ahead,
No, go
Dr.
ahead.
Lee. Dr. Gill.
Well, and it is our hope in working with other departments as we continue our classroom visits and our training and implementation of strategies that we will see these practices in action, and we are focusing on a certain set of strategies so that we know that those are our high leverage strategies and we want to see them throughout the district.
Last but not least, there is alignment to what we're providing to our teachers with sort of an additional tier for our administrators. And this is not just a summer 3-hour component. That is the beginning. It's an initiation. I recall from this board questions around what's elective people can sort of choose. We're trying to move forward in a way that we're setting a strong baseline for our system, realizing that there will be lots of work to do associated with that. But in doing so, then there will be some expectations associated with our leadership and supporting for how our folks are participating, special education teachers and our general education teachers in the PLC process with the grade levels that they're working with, making those appropriate accommodations and modifications. Over almost 2/3 of our students have more than 80% of their day in the inclusion setting or in a general education setting with the right accommodations and supports. And to Dr. Stetson's point, those key questions were around where are those? Where are the appropriate scaffolds? We know that if there is a systemic umbrella of support that's not only with things that are provided by our department, but the right scaffolds and supports for our teachers at this setting via their administrators, instructional support, our academic content specialists. I think I might have gotten the new C wrong of that. That will be working through our system. We're in our networks, we're planning to provide some additional triangulation and support. So what that would look like, to your beginning question, and the classroom should be greater emphasis on those high leverage strategies for student success, greater alignment to grade level standards with high expectations, and implementations of those IEPs with the appropriate fidelity across our settings and our system. It's not an option, not only legally, but mindset-wise and philosophy-wise, to include all students, and that is something that our community has brought forward forward to us, but it's the spirit of which we want to illustrate not only as a special education department, but as a district team working towards that end. Did that answer your question, Trustee Boswell?
Mike, please. Mike, please.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you all for that very much. Did you hear what I said? I assume you did.
I did.
Even if people didn't on the mic. I have a second. I would love to know a little bit more about why you think we have seen the drop off really across every category from middle of year to end of year. I know we're on a roller coaster, and it's a little disheartening to see. I'm sure you feel the same way, and I would just love a little more. And I know that you said you're looking into it more deeply and trying to answer those questions and many others, but I would love a sense of kind of what you think you might be seeing. I know you touched on a little bit, but it would be helpful to hear a little bit more about that.
Wish to add anything to this? No? I'll also call on our colleagues here from the schools team if they want to color in any further. We have some wonderings. In campus, we know that particularly at the beginning of the year, coming out of it's not even out of, but returning to campus with some of the components of the pandemic, there was a particular push around beginning that piece for growth for students, and that was beginning of year solidly and likewise into middle of years. To have that growth to be in that same range in terms of meeting your growth target for middle of the year, obviously there's more expected for end of year, right? Because there's a period of time that's passed. And so that norm is going to lift up for where students are landing at that end of the year in terms of the growth targets. And so with that in mind, the measuring and thinking, I'm sorry, one moment. You'll share next, Dr. Stouts. I apologize. So with that in mind, we would have a higher growth target at the end of the year for students. We did see some of the absenteeism happening not only for our students, but also for staff members, which is a piece that we need to consider. It's not an excuse, but it is a potential factor. The other factor was the alignment of our testing occurred right after the STAR exam, and there is some real reconsideration about that you'll be hearing more about in this next year's testing calendar or assessment calendar and cycle, because the fatigue and other components that went into play may have been factors there. Those are not, again, not excuses, but those are wonderings. But then we've likewise seen some solid examples of some campuses that we haven't had the opportunity to fully triangulate their data where that target continued to progress accordingly. And so we need to learn from that. And then with the help of Dr. Stout and Mr. Hicks and the Office of School Leadership team, and then our own specialists and coordinators and support in the schools, seeing what made that difference. That's going to be an important critical question at the very beginning part of our professional learning communities, not as a gotcha, but a thinking through what are the key foundational components that made the difference for our respective students, and where did we not, and what can be the key pivots or the key pieces of differentiation that is a strong need for us that we can put into place for our students as well. You wanted to add? Please pull forward.
It's okay. It's okay. We can share a chair if we want. So, hello, trustees. I wanted to add that, school
Dr.
leadership
Stout,
is
would you introduce
boots on the-
yourself, please?
Closer? Closer, okay.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, Laura Stout, Associate Superintendent for Secondary Schools. Good evening. So I wanted to share and add to the absenteeism concern. School leadership is boots on the ground. We're on campuses several days a week, and we visit many schools. Just it's ongoing all year, and it's pretty consistent. I had mentioned in a previous meeting, I think it was the first meeting, that that we do see that many students are absent, and I think that is something that we definitely have needed to address. And we have had conversations with campuses about, what are we doing? What's our plan for making sure that our students come back? We've gotten reports from campuses that students are absent because they're ill, the anxiety due to COVID, hospitalizations, waiting for homebound services. But it seemed that, half of the students that we went to visit, they were random students that the special education department chose. We went and we were looking to see that their accommodations were being implemented. That many of them were absent, and if they're not in school, they're not learning, and we need to make sure that we get them to school. Some of the things that our campuses have that are working on is, of course, they're having meetings to discuss, what they're going to do. Campuses are visiting homes. They're doing the porch visits. Their parent support specialists are also visiting. They are also increasing the amount of social services. So the Cary Council of At-Risk Youth is assisting in helping them to get students back in school and supporting them. Communities and Schools is also helping to support students to return and to support them once they are in school. And then we're doing restorative work and helping with our counselors and helping students to return and feel that they have an adult at school that they can, that they have a relationship with, that they can come to, and that they know that they have that person at school that they can feel that if they're feeling that that they need some further support, that they can go to that person. But the social services is, I believe, something that I think they've done good to implement these things. But visiting homes is one of the most important things that they can do, to show our faces, knock on doors, show them that we care about them, that we want them back in school, that we want to know why they're absent, that we miss them, that we're going to support them when they come back to school. And if they're having any concerns, that we can put plans into place to help them feel comfortable, that we can help them get caught up. So we're really trying to focus on having students return. So I just wanted to touch base on the absenteeism, because I do see it. We see it as we visited campuses as teams, with the special education personnel that comes with us, and it's I think a real concern.
Great. Thank you both, Dr. Stout and Dr. Robinette. I appreciate that. And then I have one other question that I guess I'll route through you, Jacob, which I appreciate the plan to really, as you said, Dr. Robinette, just dive deep and look at, some of the whys behind all of this that I know you and many other people will be involved with. And given especially the urgency that we are working on special education with and our work with the Stetson report, I wonder if we can get an update on that later, if maybe you can talk to Dr. Elizalde and Dr. Mays about having an update on what you find and what, since we won't be getting another report during a meeting, have that in our weekly board update at some point. That would be helpful to see.
Yes,
Just a summary of that.
Yeah, I'll speak with Dr. Mays
Thank
on
you.
that, and we can make that happen.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? See Trustee Lugo?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. Let's see, what do I want to start with first? So I was looking at the plans for improvement, and I'm wondering what thoughts y'all have about, any tailored additional supports or just tailoring the supports for new teachers, whether it's new teachers to teaching or new teachers to AISD, and getting them acclimated to, what the district would like to see in classrooms, and that we're aspiring towards that, and really making sure that those supports are provided. And then kind of along those same lines, how, what's that going to look like for subs? Hopefully, knock on wood, we're not going to have pandemic related absences at the same level that we saw this year and last year, this coming school year, but nevertheless, kind of thinking about how to support subs when they come in.
Thank you, Trustee Lug. Those are excellent questions for us. And so first and foremost for our new teachers, as part of our teacher induction program, which is ongoing, right? Connect is part of our teacher induction program. In addition to us really emphasizing those inclusive practices, which is not just for special education teachers, right? That's the entire point. It's all of us, and prioritizing all of our students. We not only will have those components embedded into their beginning learning, but they break into the words are going to escape me, I'm sorry, but they break into their cluster support groups, their groups as well, cohort groups as well. And so that will likewise give some more emphasis on what that should look like and what that should sound like. And again, those elements of that 3-hour component will be embedded into that structure as well. Only as a beginning. I mean, if we all could figure everything out in 3 hours, we would have been done a long time ago. But just to begin with that with our teacher induction program, and then we'll have other touch points. We'll be reaching out to our human capital team, of which I was a recent member as well, as partners with us, to really think about how can we provide the right kinds of supports and mentoring for folks who are new to profession, particularly our special education teachers, so that we can retain them. That's a critical part of our retention strategy. We've had a more generalized approach to that and can do some additional pieces. With the kinds of systemic intention that we're trying to move forward with, the ultimate desire is that not only for students, but for everyone included in our system, it's not a culture of isolationism. It's truly a culture of inclusion, and that's from every adult to every child in the building. Those are, some people might call those aspirational components, but your own vision around inclusive learning, that's something that we need to operationalize, and we're going to do that one step at a time. So that is built into those threads are built into the teacher induction component. And then likewise on August 9th, it was alluded to when we have what are called Java-like days, we bring together folks in different cohorts as well. And we'll likewise have some additional components for our principals to share with teachers so that there'll be additional time to collaboratively plan and think about what's that look like and sound like on on campuses. We're doing, through the inclusion work group, I'm probably answering more than you asked, but a book study on your students, my students, our students. Many of you are probably familiar with Dr. Leanne Young and her work, and that's going to be shared with all of our principals. We're hoping that some of the key exemplars that are included in that can be translated into campuses truly embracing that, and that becomes part of their grade level, their PLC process, right? That becomes a part of the way in which they do business. And checking that progress towards that end. For our substitutes, that's sort of a deeper area where we do need to grow, to be very sincere with you. We noticed during the pandemic we needed to shift even to how they would do digital teaching and so forth, but I feel like it's something that we can do as well. And with your support, if there needs to be an additional investment, we have asynchronous modules as well as synchronous modules that we can provide and avail to them, and we can request, we can work with Dr. Mays at a later point in time and see if that's something that we can build in for extended learning for them.
That's great, thank you. And I always appreciate more rather than less, so never apologize for that.
I might be your person for that. Dr. Elizabeth Casas would love to be with you all this evening, and I apologize, she's very ill this evening.
Oh no, well I hope she gets better.
Or Miss Elizabeth Casas, she didn't get her doctorate yet.
Chief Casas. But no, I hope she does get better, and I'm glad to have the three of y'all plus Dr. Stout and
Mr. Hicks.
Yes, Mr. Hicks. Okay, my other question was, well, first an observation and then a question. So we are now in June. I think it was sometime in April, I started seeing parents and some teachers communicate to the trustees, why are we doing MAP testing right after STAR? And, and of course, that's an administrative, operational, that's not within the board governance authority. But I'm wondering what y'all's thoughts are, just generally speaking, about, as large systems try to operationalize improvements, it can be really powerful to pause and listen to the detractors. Me personally, I always prefer to hear from people that disagree with me, not because I like it, I actually don't like it, but because I can learn from that, right? And so I'm wondering what reflections y'all might have, just generally speaking.
So I will respond probably prematurely on behalf of Dr. Diaz and her team. She'll unpack that further at your session on Thursday. But those are valid concerns. Admittedly, those are valid concerns, and so what that team has done is really sort of listened to those voices and thought about, if we've set things in motion for this period of time, what's the feedback, and then we're also triangulating, what are the data telling us, what are our boots on the ground folks in our schools telling us, where do we need to course correct appropriately, and what can we consider in and around that. So my understanding is that's going to be something she'll be sharing with you all in terms of reflecting on that point in time course correction, and it will come quite a bit earlier, which was not necessarily something that could be adjusted at this point in time. Those data, we also have an opportunity to educate around what they are to provide, but the timeliness of them matters, because if they're truly going to be deepening our understanding of how to use reports and materials to navigate and adjust instructional decision-making for students, there is a timeliness in the factors of when you receive that information. So there might be some growing pains with some of the proposed assessment calendars that they will be bringing forward, but I know that that was an immediate thing upon responding and thinking through that validation of those concerns that are real.
Thank you so much for that. In fact, I was at a meeting with a community member, and Dr. Foster was there, and as I was listening to him bring up some of the pragmatic realities of policymaking and operations, I was like, oh, darn, that's right. We can't just solve problems with an easy yes or no. So I appreciate the challenging work that y'all are taking on by really reflecting and looking at how to balance both the feedback, the data, and then what's practical and what's possible. The other questions are, let me make this comment. So I remember from previous times when I ask, well, how are we going to know that this is working? My recollection of those responses is usually well, we're going to know because we're getting the middle of the year, the end of the year, and which completely understand that response. And yet I'm wondering, but what about all the months in between, right? And so I'm curious, how will the district know that we're making incremental progress along the way? How will we know that those proposed adjustments are making a positive impact?
Well, I will start, and would you like to start, Dr. Lee? I couldn't tell who was approaching the microphone.
No, go ahead.
Okay, and likewise turn it over to our colleagues as well. We have the data that are provided. We don't want to over-test, over-assess our students. We certainly have MAP intentionally at those beginning, middle, and end-of-year pieces. We have short cycle assessments. I think how we know is we start to see that progress. And likewise, it's that through line. We are partnering in those walks. We are partnering with the Office of School Leadership, and they are in those PLC structures and saying, and not only in planning, but in data meetings, what were the things that were our exemplars of what we wanted to see students do, and how did they achieve that to that end, and what's the alignment? Ultimately for us as well, in addition to growth, we want to see students performing on grade level standards. I mean, that's our way to really close those opportunity gaps over time. And so as we're looking forward, those data reviews are going to be critical, and the frequency of those formative assessments are things that will be a part of the fabric of the way in which we are already, this is are doing business, but with more depth and complexity within our system. And I'll turn it over also to you, Mr. Hicks, and or Dr. Stout, if you wanted to add in.
Good evening. My name is Gilbert Hicks. I'm the Associate Superintendent for Elementary Schools. And to add to Dr. Robinette's response, the checks along the way will be anecdotal in nature, for one. This observation is miraculous sometimes, and what you can tell just from looking and then responding to what you've seen. We'll be looking at hard and soft data in that respect. So the common assessments that all students take, remember, we're looking at grade level responses to data and making sure that all children, those that are receiving special education services and others, are actually being assessed using grade level assessments. And so we'll analyze those and have students set goals along the way, just like all students would. Our special education students, our students that are receiving special education services would. And then those checkpoints will occur throughout the year too, so to see if they're meeting their goals outside of their IEPs, which again, like you said, an annual art is too late to decide whether or not they're actually making progress. We'll be doing checkpoints along the way. Learning walks that some of you have participated in will continue, and those are excellent ways for us to be able to do some checks of our hard and soft data along the way as well. And then we'll make immediate adjustments. When we do those learning walks and with the visits that we do in between the learning walks even, the idea is that we will make plans and then we'll make immediate adjustments based on those. And then we'll have scheduled check-ins to see how we're doing with all of the responses that we have set forth.
Is there anybody? Okay.
And I would also, just like to add on to everything that Dr. Robinette and Mr. Hicks spoke about. Our students that are receiving special education and or receiving intervention are more frequently progress monitored, right? That's an evidence-based strategy to monitor progress and ensure students on track. If they're not, then we need to make an instructional change. We need to intensify that instruction. So most of our intervention platforms have built-in progress monitoring probes that teachers can use to make sure students are making progress, right? Or we need to shift gears. Also, our Imagine Learning platforms and our IXL platforms also have really strong diagnostics and progress monitoring tools built in too, because there is multiple ways to assess and monitor progress. That MAP growth platform can and should be used 3 times a year, right? Beginning, middle, and end. But we have other platforms, including MAP growth reading fluency through K through 5, that can be used more frequently, up to weekly, to monitor and measure progress.
Great, and I appreciate the tension that y'all are, acknowledging, and then, again, the need for, how do we measure progress? I love the fact, Mr. Hicks, that you mentioned both soft and hard data. I think of it as quantitative and qualitative, right? So like really taking both into account, because numbers can tell us an interesting story, but sometimes it's the story that we put onto the numbers, and then, really balancing that out with some qualitative feedback. And then my last question is, so I'm kind of sitting here thinking about, planning time for special education teachers. Y'all probably know where I'm going with this. And I'm thinking about the budget, and one of the questions that we have on our handy dandy little progress monitoring student outcomes handout is, how are we going to see, let me see, how does it say it? It says, how might these adjustments show up in the future, for example, in the budget? And so whether that's a response that can be provided today or a response that we can get in writing, that would be really helpful. And I think that particular question for me highlights something that I think we've all been talking about over the last couple of months, is making sure that there's a real clear and concise crosswalk between the board's vision, the administration's strategic plan, the scorecard, right, really, and the budget, right? So if we're investing where we need to invest, then one would expect for that to show up in the budget.
I'm not sure if any of the staff can share some of the budget priorities we may have for SPED, but we can certainly get a board response for that as well and put it into our tracker on how are we investing in SPED, addressing some of the things we're learning from the scorecard, and how is that reflective in the budget document that we're asking the board to approve.
Thank you.
Great. I think Trustee Singh.
Thank you all. I continue to be blown away by the quality of the data that we're getting. I mean, you guys are doing such a good job with communicating this to us. And so thank you for that. I wanted to see if we could pull up page 4 on the board monitoring report. I don't know if that can go up on the screen or not, so we're all looking at the same.
Dr. Lee, are you able to share that again? Oh, you left the meeting. 1 minute.
Sorry. It looks like I may have been
I can do
momentarily
it. Give,
kicked out, so just one moment.
No worries.
Dr. Lee, I can pull it up.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, so this is, this kind of data, I never dreamed we would be getting this. So thank you. I mean, it really does. It tells an interesting story of growth in reading and math for our students in special education. But I did want to, I know that you all are tracking all of this, and I appreciate, everything that you're sharing about what you're going to look at to study the campuses that have really shown a lot of growth over this past year and what we can learn from them. But I just kind of want to get a better understanding. I mean, the differences are quite stark. I see our African American special education students, it seems like 30% of them showed growth from the beginning of year to end of year. And you look at the white special education students, and it's 49%. I mean, that is a really, really big difference. And so when I look at that, and that was talking about reading, and you will see a somewhat similar pattern in math. And so, just like in your own words, very simply, what do you feel like is going on here?
Those disparities among the student groups, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Trustee Singh. And as we mentioned before, those are trends that we're seeing across our students receiving special education student services and those who are not as well. And so those are the things for us to examine very critically as a district to determine what is going on. We are looking at, overall aggregate participation reports, like is it demystifying what it is, or the key strategies that we're putting into place for students, and making learning accessible and personal for our students. But there is something that we have not fully figured out yet, to be very transparent. And I would say that, we likewise look at those data and we think, wow, okay, so not only the data is consistent with other data presented, but you'll see in 6th through 8th grade coming up, like, why are those persisting, right? Why are those trends persisting? And so really bringing that to the forefront in our examination, not only in training and development, but likewise, again, continuing through our PLC process and bringing out the level of specificity of data to folks who are using it regularly, to wonder what's happening here. What was the difference? Where are we seeing, not only from school to school, but within our own grade levels, where the success is in the way in which something was implemented, the supports or strategies that are there. There's certainly a lot of work that continues to be needed for us as a district around, again, implicit bias, really reflecting on what we're doing for students and making those adjustments closer to just in time for our kids. And I feel like I am speaking on behalf of the Office of School Leadership in ways that I shouldn't, so you guys chime in at any point. But because we're not an independent department, we actually have no students. We have all students, if that makes sense, but none arrive here to go to school. And so we are working collaboratively as a system, or need to do so, also, as Dr. Stetson reminded us, and that the isolation piece is going to be a critical part of that as well. But there are definitely those pieces when you really think about our students who are, our students in special education, our white students. That's not all that dissimilar from the data that you saw for all students.
Yeah.
When you look at your more in-depth charts, and I don't necessarily want to go there unless you want to right now, but that's a wondering when you're looking at our African-American students at all, and then our students that are receiving special education services that are white students. What's happening
Yeah,
there?
I'm so curious about this, and I and I don't know if it has to do with, what's happening in classrooms. I don't know if it has to do with, vacancies that we have, because we do know that, at least from the data we're getting, our Title I schools, our special education teachers still comprise the largest chunk of vacancies from what I can see. And I'm wondering if that is in predominantly Title I schools or schools where we have more African-American students, or is that in schools where we have more white students? In which case, we might approach this as an HR issue more than as a professional development issue. And so that's the kind of level of specificity that would be really helpful. I know this is the first year we've had a proper school year, really, and only for half the year. So it's hard to say okay, this is exactly what the problem is. But I really do hope that as we move forward, we continue to refine this process and get really more specific. I would like to see next year, when we're looking at adjustments, we're going to say for these campuses or for Title I campuses, we're going to be actually increasing the staffing ratios, or whatever it is that you think it might be. I don't know what it is, but some differentiation to show that whole equity lens, that we are putting resources where we see the most, where we see the least amount of growth, if that makes sense. Another thing that comes to mind, and thank you so much for referring so much to the Stetson report. I kind of feel like that's going to give us a lot of guidance as we move forward with this. One of the things I saw in the Stetson report was the faculty, about 32% of faculty said that the special education services are consistently delivered across campuses. And so that's actually what made me start thinking about the question that I asked, is okay, well, where is it not being implemented consistently? So I guess, Mike, what are the 5 or 6 things that you guys as administrators use to determine whether or not special education is being implemented consistently? What are the things that you look for?
When we have staff at our staff are assigned to to specific campuses, and we ask them to conduct classroom visits as well. And we do participate in other larger campus visits. But when we're looking at the information and the findings that come back, we are looking for evidence of accommodations implemented in general education classrooms. We're looking at, do we see service delivery models in our inclusion classrooms? How are our staff utilized? Our teachers, are they truly providing instruction in that general education classroom? And what about our teacher assistants? What are they doing? And so all of that information does have an impact on whether or not we are consistently sending out a message of best practices. And also, we need support from our campus leaders as well to enforce those consistent practices. And so that's why it's so important to have a standard service delivery model or a group of them that we find are most effective. And we need to train our principals and all of our staff on those practices or models so that we can see them as we conduct our visits. But we do know that we need a lot of work in the area of accommodations. Those accommodations have been found to be needed by our students, and they need to be implemented in our classrooms.
And I'm wondering, also like a So as a trustee, this is like how my brain is working right now. It's like, okay, so we're asked to approve a budget. I'm not even talking about this year's budget, but like let's think a year ahead. Okay. And so like in order to really make an educated vote on that, I feel like I have to understand, well, okay, are we investing in the things that are actually going to move the needle on these board monitoring reports that we're getting, right? And so the clearer I think that we can define, for example, with special education at least, because it's such a high priority area for us, if I have a better understanding of like what like the gold standard would be for implementation, you know, not like a huge detailed thing, but like a one page, like this is the gold standard and this is like, these are the few things that we look at our campuses, you know, like you said, that how are, you know, do they have enough TAs? How are staff utilized? Is there good leadership that's trained up and everything like that? Like whatever you guys view. And then we can see like for every campus, okay, how are they doing on that? And that begins to provide a window, at least for us, at least for me, I'll speak for myself, as somebody who has to vote on a budget. Then I can kind of match up and say, oh, okay, I see here in the budget, they're investing in the things that seem to be lacking or, you know, creating some challenges for implementation. And that's how, like, for me, that's how the pieces kind of move together. So whatever, I feel like you guys are moving in this direction. And so I just want to like cheer you on and say, yes, please do that. And I know that I would love to see some more concrete evidence of that fidelity of implementation and what that means to you and what that looks like at our campuses.
And Trustee Singh, thank you for asking those important questions and probing. I would like to, you know, first of all, build on what you said. You are exactly correct, right? Literacy builds equity. And so when we look at the statistics, we have to really take a critical lens and say, what are we doing well and what can be improved? And I think we have to reframe the idea of an achievement gap, because that's what these numbers possibly or potentially could show, and reframe that to an opportunity gap, right? This is an opportunity gap. And so what can we do here as district leaders, as school board trustees, to really address opportunity for our students? And that does include high quality literacy training for our teachers, as you know, well as paired with an evidence-based curriculum. And we have to, as district leaders and campus leaders, be ensuring that our teachers are, you know, providing that curriculum with the fidelity that it was intended to be provided with, right? We have to ensure that our teachers are using a scope and sequence that is aligned with the science of teaching reading, so that we make sure that all of our students have the best chance in order to read. That first teach is critical. So when we think about, you know, budget, yes, we can think about special education. We also have to think about that core literacy instruction. I'm not forgetting math either, but I'm just really focusing on literacy. You know, primarily our scores, you know, were lower in those areas. So again, I'd like to shift that perspective from achievement gap to opportunity gap.
Thank you. Super important. Thank you.
And Trustee Singh, third one on the same question, I'm sorry, but in looking at what I read also from the Stetson report and that review is really investing in the very beginning in training and planning and implementation models for our leadership, for us to have that shared vision, and for our staff members. So it's going to be thinking more creatively outside of maybe professional learning exchange, where we invest in additional days, professional learning, which are at a cost to us, but they're at the right yield if it starts to bring forward better implementation. Investing in additional planning time for our folks to be able to build that capacity. General education, special education teachers, all teachers working together to plan appropriately for students are going to be some additional investments. But you are right in challenging us. I'm very appreciative when there is the trustees are asking, tell us the specifics of what is needed to be not only high leverage strategies and instruction, but high leverage district systemic strategies that will help us to move that needle. And we can see our prioritization of funding. At least I heard that in your voice, and I believe there's some shared understanding of that. Then we absolutely want to get closer and closer to that. But foundationally, we had to acknowledge the first thing when someone said that inconsistency or the data reported, are we consistently, I can't remember the way it was worded, implementing special education across our system. we have a long way to go in level setting, even what that vision looks like. And so that's the starting point that we are. That's not, there's just an opportunity there to do that level setting. And then likewise to braid in, if we have a one and done approach, that will not be a successful approach. It's going to need to be braided into planning time, instructional time, doing walks with our leadership teams, building in those connections to our walkthrough documents, not to as reinforcers for looking for the right things and reinforcing where that's happening and building that capacity. So the concrete is something that we will work on providing to you all as we're moving forward and teasing that out. Thank you.
I appreciate that so much. And one thing we haven't talked about in all of this when we're thinking about implementation is the importance of families and their ability to advocate for their students. And my hypothesis is that may have something to do with this, that families who do have access to knowledge and resources are going to be able to advocate better for their child. And so again, like, I'd be curious to know how you guys are looking at that and how the district might play a role in helping our parents become stronger advocates for their kiddos. But thank you, and thanks again for all this good work.
Trustee Ashton?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I very much so, this whole topic speaks to my heart. So as a special education teacher myself. So one of the things that I heard you say, and I'm going to speak a little bit into the vein of Trustee Singh, talking about parent advocacy. And one of the things, and the term I heard you guys use a few times was right supports and high leverage strategies, which are wonderful terms that I would love to have a little bit more definition around. If you could possibly provide examples of what that means, so that should we have parents who are watching this evening, they might better understand what could be expected for their student when we talk about those terms.
So some of the terms that for high leverage practices or high leverage strategies that are actually built into the essentials for the general education teacher course for special education students are going to sound similar to what you heard from Dr. Francis Stetson. And that includes adapting curriculum tasks and materials for specific learning goals. How do you do that? What do those adaptations look like? How do we provide those scaffolded supports for students? What can that look like in terms of flexible grouping, strategies to promote engagement? We've also been working with Dr. Stetson and have two critical resources because not only in sort of generalized strategies that are high leverage strategies, but specific to perhaps specific learning needs or disabilities. She has some other key pieces that will be building capacity with our staff members in and around. We are working to develop with our instructional team. Are we calling them parent power hours? That's not yet completed, but to have sort of micro learning opportunities that build from this to thread the needle so that parents likewise start to go, that's what that should sound like and look like. I'm going to say right now, if you looked online, there is a lot of things in terms of our outward-facing materials and resources that needs to be revamped. But likewise, in our training and development of our parent support specialists being conduits to us, as we're moving into the networks for our school leadership team, we are likewise building in our supports throughout those networks and want to be much more connected to our parents and to our community, and both in here's the how, here's what you should expect, as well as hearing from them about how's that going and how's that working. And so those are some of the examples, and we'll be putting together, we have those asynchronous pieces, some small vignettes and examples. It'll take us some time and then build in some translation and other components. And we want to have a much deeper array, not only of resources, but in sharing that with our community in terms of what to expect. Last but not least, the department is working on have them here, special education program standards, and that includes like what should be a general, not lockstep, not cookie cutter, but what should be a general physical classroom setup? What would be the kinds of things you would see for specific programs and supports, because it's not a placement for students? What would be the curriculum materials and learning styles that you should expect to be addressed? We want to build this capacity in terms of our supports for our principals and our assistant principals and our teachers. This will be a part of that development and ongoing, how are we doing in comparison to sort of that rubric, if you will? How's that going? And then likewise, be very transparent with our parents about what they can expect, not only from a welcoming, inclusive community, not only in word, but in action, and that's where it's translated into action. So I applaud you for that question, and it is not lost on us in that third bucket, that when we talk about professional learning and growth, for all stakeholders, we have a lot of opportunity to strengthen that as well.
Yes, SPED loves, special education loves EduSpeak. And I appreciate very much the attempt to try to demystify some of those terms that I know we as educators understand when you hear, using, high leverage strategies, but that may not translate to a parent who wants to advocate and help their child in their education. So thank you. I'm hearing you say that you're going to be working on being able to provide concrete examples for our families. Is that a fair interpretation? Great, thank you. Another thing that I wanted to ask about is I know that we as a district, and I've heard y'all reference them several times tonight, are leaning pretty heavily into our professional learning, our PLCs, our Professional Learning Center. Am I saying that right? PLC? Community, thank you, sorry. I need to sleep more. Our professional learning communities, and I know that they have, the conversations that I have had have been very much so about grade level professional learning communities, particularly when we're talking about kinder through fifth. And I know that you guys are very familiar with the changes that are being made at the elementary level. I'm trying to figure out how our special education teachers are going to fit in that, particularly as they tend to have students from multiple grade levels, as like I said, particularly our inclusion teachers. And how are not only they going to have professional learning communities with other special education teachers, because that's important as well, but then also have the opportunity to have professional learning communities with the grade level teachers in which have their students in their inclusion classroom.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you might be able to put some parameters around that and what that looks like.
Gilbert Hicks, Associate Superintendent for Elementary Schools again. And yes, Trustee Ashe, we have been working on providing schedules next year that would address that particular issue. They're not fully baked in that respect yet. We're going to be continuing to refine and revise those as we see where the need is for teachers to be in a certain particular grade level PLC more than in another, depending on the number of students they have and how many they're working with across grade levels. So it's a work in progress, but it's one that we know that we have to work with and a problem that we will solve, and we will not give up until it's done.
I have no doubt, Mr. Hicks, that you are working on that.
Thank you. Resilience.
Absolutely. And I also understand, too, that it's not a singular solution, that there will be, like you said, dependent upon the circumstances on the campus, dependent upon the students that that particular special education teacher may be serving. There's going to be multiple ways in which to solve that problem. It is a challenge from the teacher perspective of having that opportunity, because those relationships, even between the teachers, are just as important in determining that success of that student. So I'm glad to hear y'all are working on that. My last question is kind of, and may not be one to answer here, and so Dr. Reach, if you feel like this may be served later, I do recognize that the data that we have tonight is K through 8, but obviously we have children that are in, I say children, young adults that are in 9th through 12th that are receiving special education services, and obviously MAP isn't used in 9th through 12th. I was just curious what we do to monitor the progress of those students at the high school level.
And while the team gets ready to respond, I would certainly say that we still review the other tests that we do provide at the high school level, whether it is EOC or whether it is short cycle assessments, looking at different student groups. But certainly appreciate anything the team could add.
That's exactly right. So our students in 9th through 12th are taking that SCA, that short cycle assessment, and so campus teachers can look at that. PLCs can look at that data as well. Our IXL program offers the diagnostic for both math and reading, so that is another digital tool that we can use to gather additional data. And then any type of intervention platform that students are receiving, those have different progress monitoring tools baked in. So there is an assortment of data. And again, that's looking primarily at that quantitative data, but there's also that qualitative data that Mr. Hicks spoke to as well. That's important, especially when we're thinking about, students contributing in class discussions and Socratic seminars and so forth.
Thank you.
Trustees, any additional questions? Trustee Zapata? Mm-hmm.
Thank you for all that you are doing. I remember when we had to dismantle the whole department, and you are really putting it together nicely. Thank you. I just wanted to speak to Dr. Stout, where you addressed the attendance piece and that you all go and do home visits. I think that's amazing, and that's something that I think is really going to help families, I believe, to know that AISD does care about them. I'm curious if you are documenting what you are experiencing from the family when you go, and is attendance improving?
So I have asked for that data. Laura Stout, Associate Superintendent for Secondary Schools. I have asked for that data, and I have asked principals to document the data. So that is something that I need to review, but definitely I have asked for them to collect what the reasons are, and those are some of the reasons that I shared with you earlier, that they are not coming to school. They're ill, anxiety, hospitalization, waiting for homebound services were some. And that's some of the documentation that we've received. But I'm looking for further details of how we can support them further via our counseling department or the other agencies that I mentioned, because it is very important for us to visit. And, in all of the discussion, in my mind, when I am, listening here to everything that everybody's saying, I still, in my mind, are thinking, but they're not in school, but they're not coming to school, because there are several students that are special education that, at least half of the visits at each school, half of the students at each school that we visited were absent. It was one high school we went to, and it was, we went to visit 7 students, and there was only one of them that was present. And we went from class to class to class, and it was, it really, you feel it when you're in the classroom and they're not there. So the question is why, and what can we do to get them back in school? So that is, I believe, a huge concern when you're there and they're not there, and you're there to see specific students for special education.
Right.
It's, we need to get them back. So we are trying. And the documentation is, like I said, what we shared, but I'll continue to collect more of the whys, but also collect the how's it going? How are the interventions that we have put in place? How is that going? Are they starting to come back more? Are they being more successful? So that we can share that with you as well. We need to progress monitor them, like you were mentioning earlier. And that we need to, while we're in the classroom, making sure that we are monitoring the students, each and every one of our special education students. I tell principals before these students walk out the door, make sure that they have learned the learning objective, and that you check with them to make sure that they've learned. So we've had lots of discussion to make sure that we are progress monitoring each student. It's difficult to do every single day, but we continue to have those discussions.
Right. And I'd speak to the public as parents of special ed students to know that, sometimes it's also on us, the parents. Maybe there's something going on. And the school is also there. We have parent support. We have other resources to support the whole family so that that way their child can attend school. So thank you for that. And also, you spoke about all the support you have for the teachers. What about the support for the teacher assistants? Because there's a lot of leaning on teacher assistants because of a high shortage of our SPED teachers.
I can start, and Dr. Gill can add in if there are other pieces. You're absolutely right. As our superintendent, Elizalde, says that all of our team members are educators. Our teacher assistants are critical in terms of their support for our students in a variety of settings with appropriately planned accommodations and modifications for them to implement. In addition to the training and development that is provided at the general campus level, in that August 9th time with our teacher assistants, we'll be building in components for supports and principals as well to be providing at their schools, and they'll be receiving some additional training and development on that day. Further, our district adopted, when we started professional learning exchange days, a few years ago, we started bringing back our teaching assistants and other folks who are hourly employees, for lack of a better description, and we offer what's called a Renew Conference. And the Renew Conference is part of where we build in some embedded training and development for them as well around how do you support in implementing IEPs, I'm sorry, individual education plans, Trustee Ashe, and accommodations. Caught you on your, making sure that I'm breaking down my letters there. And how do you support with those accommodations? But they need to know, what do those high leverage strategies look like, so that they are a key part of that understanding, although they don't have the same credentialing, they're not planning all of the lessons to really make sense of what that would look like, both in terms of instructional supports and behavioral supports. So when we talk about in accommodations, we're not only talking about testing accommodations, which is sometimes what people think, what can you use on the exam? We want to know, how can students access instruction with the right accommodations? So that training for teaching assistants is definitely something that we have built in for the start of the year, but you're correct that we need to continue to spiral that in. That might be an additional component in terms of our goal standard for building additional time and compensation for them to attend training outside of their current duty schedule.
Okay, thank you. And I was curious, there's been quite a bit of changes for SPED, and I'm curious how, if you hold like an orientation session for parents to really kind of understand what to expect from their teachers and what things they have available to them. Is there ever a meeting called for parents on the campuses?
So similar to the response also to Trustee Ashe, we do not currently have a true orientation for our parents. The components around our program standards are some pieces that we need to be able to provide some micro-learning in and around. And with the new design of networks that will be forthcoming, it might not all fall timely at the very beginning of the year, but we want to have that outreach for our communities through our PSSs and through our team to be able to go out and provide additional supports for folks as well. We'll be offering through our instructional team some additional, more availed to folks training and development components, but we do know that people have a lot of different needs with schedules, and so there's not currently an orientation per se, but that's something that we can certainly look at and spiraling and maybe a different way of doing that with our desires to improve not only parent communication, but truly parent partnership and development.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and an idea was like when they do back to school night, that there's a separate event or something for parents. I mean, there can be all kinds of fun stuff to do, like even a picnic, ice cream social before school starts, any things like that. I just think inviting parents to feel welcome, and that, to let them know what the non-negotiables are, so that there's consistency from campus to campus. So, okay.
You're definitely giving some additional ideas and thoughts that have my wheels turning for our partnership and colleagues also with our school leadership team members and how we might be able to strengthen that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, trustees. As part of our commitment to monitoring, the last question is to ask if trustees accept the report presented as it aligns with our goals and constraints. And if not, to ask, is this still the right strategy for the district? So trustees, please raise your right hand if you're ready to accept tonight's report. All right. We will now, and thank you to our special ed and schools office for answering all of our questions and for the deep dive into the data this evening. Appreciate your work and presentation tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your support.
So we will now recess the open meeting at 8:03 p.m. for a brief executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. When we complete that executive session, we will reconvene an open session for our long-range planning bond, property discussion, and CBOC updates. Good evening. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 9:20 p.m. So tonight's work session is a continuation of our discussion on the long-range plan, bond planning, bond oversight, and property use. We are joined tonight by many of our long-range planning committee members, bond steering committee members, citizens bond oversight committee members, and staff supporting these work. Thank you all. Our work session tonight will include a presentation and discussion, small group discussions, and an opportunity for the full board to come back and share what we have learned. Due to the unique setup and small group discussions for tonight's meeting, we will be moving to tables on the floor after the discussion on the dais. This meeting is being recorded, and the live feed of the meeting will stay on during this portion of the meeting. After the small group discussions, we will return to the dais to share out what was discussed. This meeting is open to the public, and those here are welcome to stand or sit around any of the tables and observe the meetings. Other than our committee members who are participating in the meeting, we do ask that any member of the public who has a question or a comment, please share it directly with staff during the meeting, as trustees are limited in how much they can respond and interact during the meeting. Let's see.
Should be a.
Dr. Reach?
Thank you so much. Trustees, we'd like to welcome Matthias Segura, our Chief Operations Officer, and ask if he could start off our session and also introduce our guest, please.
Hello, thank you, Jacob. Trustees, very much appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all tonight. Certainly very excited about all of the work that's been ongoing. Wanted to introduce a variety of folks behind us who've been working incredibly hard for a very long time to do this work. And so I know we have, what I'd like to do, if it's okay with the trustees, is just have each long-range planning member stand up and introduce themselves, and then we'll definitely kind of talk about the bond steering committee co-chairs, and some of them are the same, if that's okay. I'll go last name's wrong, I think, if I go through the process. Would that be okay?
Certainly. We welcome hearing from everyone.
So Anastasia, would you like to go first?
You want me to just stand up?
Yeah, just introduce yourself and.
Hi everyone, I'm Anastasia. I am co-chair of the Transportation Maintenance and Food Service Long Range Planning Committee, also co-chair of the Bond Steering Committee.
Fantastic. Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Tina Grisham-Blair, and I am the co-chair of the Safety, Security, and Resiliency Committee, and I'm also an elementary art teacher at Wood Elementary.
Fantastic.
Hi, I'm April Clark, and I'm the co-chair of the Facilities LRP.
Absolutely.
Hi, my name is David Contreras. I'm on the Long Range Facility Committee. I'm also the band director at Traverse High School, 18 years.
Fantastic.
My name is Aiden Woodruff. I'm on the academic subcommittee as well as the student representative for the bond steering committee.
I'm Nevin Hall. I'm the co-chair of the technology subcommittee and on the BAC in the same capacity.
So they're being bashful. Aiden and Nevin are recent graduates of AISD. How many weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? So They have been tremendous. They've been they've just been tremendous. I can't say enough about y'all's support. Very much appreciate everything y'all have done. And I think our plan, this process is better off because of y'all's input, as well as many of the other students that participated in this process. So thank you for that. Barbara, would you like to go?
I feel weird introducing myself because I know everybody in various capacities, but I'm Barbara Spears-Corbett, and I'm the co-chair for the athletic committee and also the co-chair for the bond steering committee.
Absolutely. Thank you, Barbara. Who's back there? Oh, Kelsey.
I'm Kelsey Campbell. I'm on the facilities committee.
All right, fantastic. Thank you all very much. And just, I can't express my appreciation for the time and energy that these individuals have put into the planning process. They've been tremendous. The dialogue's been great. And I'm just, thank you so much for being a part of this. So with that, we'll continue on, if that's okay. So tonight is an update regarding kind of where we are in the process, and also an opportunity to share just a variety of the great work that's been done. We do have some meeting objectives that we'd like to share with y'all. First, we want to get to a point where that y'all understand that we've been true to the bond planning process. We'd also like y'all to understand the potential projects for the 2022 bond. One of the things that we think about all the time is that, there's infinite need and limited resources. And so as you go through this process, you're going to see that, at many times we're trying to address needs that we simply cannot do all at one time. And so just wanting to make sure that, we have a conversation around that. And then also have a conversation around AISD's proposed real estate strategies to combat the ongoing affordability crisis in Austin. Again, just really wanting to explore with y'all what these ideas might consider and what steps down the road may be. So again, just some meeting objectives to keep in the back of your mind as we move through this process. So as we move on into the presentation, one of the things I'd like to remind y'all is that, this process started quite some time ago. I think back to when this work began, and it began well before the summer of 2021 when we actually started the assessments of all of our facilities. We then, if you recall, had the work session with y'all in August. We laid out different approaches to get through the planning process. We committed to, at that point, the equity by design model, and then progressed that work into the bond planning process in the spring, and that work has continued on. You heard me talk about the commitment from the folks behind me, and it is incredible. I mean, they have done a tremendous amount. We've had over 100 stakeholder meetings along the way. We have had, I think, over how many long-range planning meetings? 31 long-range planning meetings. That's incredible, and that doesn't even account for the subcommittee meetings that took place, or the committee co-chair meetings that took place on Wednesdays. And so very proud of all the work that's occurred to date. And so, here we are wanting to get input from y'all as to where we are in the process, refine the approach, and then continue on with the work. So very excited about today. The other thing I'd want to point out is that, this process, which is, rooted using the equity by design model, lends itself to allow us to not miss windows of opportunity. And so one of the things we've been committed to from the beginning was ensuring that the long-range planning process was just not a bond planning process. We think about the long-range planning process as something that'll help us understand where the district will be in academics or in facilities or athletics or fine arts, not only in 2 or 3 years or 5 years, but 10 years, and technology as well, and there are many others. And so what I tell folks all the time is that there are a variety of ways to accomplish these goals. Some of them can be funded by way of a bond. Some of them can be addressed by board policy and changes. Some of them can be addressed by standard operating procedures that we adopt as an organization. Some of them can be addressed using our annual budgeting process. And so the long-range planning process is not a bond planning process, and the work will continue. And so, this group behind me, as well as others who are hopefully visiting with us online, can see that this work is critical, is important, but it will continue on, and that's certainly a commitment. So as we move forward to the Bond Steering Committee, one of the things that we wanted to ensure was continuity. right? We wanted to ensure that next slide, please, that the bond steering committee, as they evaluate potential investments by way of a bond, really understand how those recommendations were made, right? How were the strategies developed by the long-range plan, so that when we're in that decision-making, and process and we're identifying which projects will be supported by which propositions, we don't forget how we got here. And so the continuity that we have between the long-range planning process and the bond steering committee is absolutely critical. The other thing we wanted to acknowledge is that this process does require us to look at everything and acknowledge that we're going to have to distill that down as something that meets our overall objective right now, which is to present something that does not increase the tax rate. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the trustees, y'all, are the ones that will make the decision. The committees, all the work that's going on is a recommendation. It's a process, and this process requires y'all's input. But at the end of the day, it is y'all's decision, and we acknowledge that and certainly want to support y'all in getting there. But we also acknowledge that we do have significant needs, and that many of our historically underserved communities are in some of our worst facilities, and all of this is coming together and needs to really be thoughtful as we move forward and invest moving forward. Next slide, please. So as we've communicated in the past, the Bond Steering Committee is comprised of 17 committee members. 9 of them were identified or selected by trustees as appointments, so thank you for that. And then 7 were identified as co-chairs that were selected or I guess voted on by their committees to represent the work in the Bond Steering Committee. This is different. This hasn't been the case in the past, so we're very excited. And again, it's ensuring that continuity between the work from the long-range planning process into the Bond Steering Committee process. And the one thing I do want to point out that is unique about this process is that we also included a position solely for a student to be elected by other students in the long-range planning process. Aiden and Evan have been tremendous, but there are other students that have been a part of the process. Luckily for us, we have 2 in the Bond Steering Committee, one of which came about by being the co-chair of technology. So obviously very exciting, and thank you, Nevin and Aiden, for your continued support and tremendous conversations. So proud of their work. So as we move forward, one of the things that you'll hear me talk about is the bucket, right? That the total amount that the district could pursue and not raise a tax rate. Several months ago, you heard a presentation from Ed Ramos, our CFO, and myself, and we communicated to y'all that the ceiling that we could pursue is approximately $1.5 billion. And again, that would not require a tax rate increase, though there would have to be language, and we'll talk about that later. And so, when we think about the bonding capacity of $1.5 billion, if that is indeed the ceiling, that's not all facilities. That has to include technology. It has to include buses. It has to include visual performing arts. It has to include everything. And one of the things that we know that was different than in 2017 is that we have to have multiple bond propositions. This is different. The legislature several years ago decided that we would have to break them up. And so when we go through this work, you'll begin to see things presented to y'all in buckets, right, which will ultimately become propositions. And the summation of those propositions will be the total amount of the ask. And again, recognizing that ceiling at any point should not, at this point, or have we ever considered increasing the tax rate. And so as we move forward, one of the things that I often tell folks is that there's this competitive tension between pebbles and boulders. And we use this kind of analogy to describe the targeted projects, the electrical projects, the plumbing projects, the things that a facility may need, but they're smaller in nature, right? And one of the things that we always want to present to y'all and to really anybody is that when we present a project, it's not just a deficiency, right? The cost of something bad is different than the cost it is to repair. Because when I'm repairing something, I have to think about, am I going to improve the sheetrock? Do I have to do code compliance? Are there other things that are going to impact the project? And when might that project be implemented? And all of those things impact cost. And so when we look at facilities, and as we sit here in the work sessions, you'll see projects by campus get built up. And you'll notice that there are a variety of things that, have to be done. HVAC, electrical, plumbing, those sorts of things. But there are all these other things that are kind of bigger prioritizations, things that came out of the long-range planning process. And what you'll see over time is that the projects will begin to bundle, because a larger investment may be able to address many other things and at the same time, stabilize, the infrastructure within the ISD and really the burden on the operating budget. And when I say operating budget is, what I mean by that is every time something breaks, we have to fix it. And there isn't always money. And we're getting quickly to a place where we won't have the funds to repair the HVAC systems when they go down. One of the things that we're seeing right now is, we have 11 campuses that have chiller rentals at about $9,000 a month, $9,000 to $11,000 a month. It's over $100,000 in rentals that we're paying every single month. That's over 2 teachers' salaries. That cannot be paid for out of a bond, the rental. The repair can. And so as you can see, this methodology is always meant to get to a place where we are reducing the burden of on our general operating budget. And so you can see here some of the things that we represent are called boulders, the modernizations, any new schools, land purchases, large athletic facilities. And at the end of the day, we'll have the pebbles and then we'll have the boulders. And the group behind me will be tasked with developing a recommendation that considers all of these across the entire district. And so if you go to the next slide, you'll see the different types of boulders and pebbles that we have. We have facility condition assessment, which I'm sure y'all have heard that acronym before, really kind of addressing the deficiencies in our systems, like what's not working today. We then have the educational suitability assessment, boulders and pebbles. Those are the things that aren't there, but if they were, the student experience may be improved, right? And we evaluate those using our education specifications and developing checklists. We then have all of the priorities that have come out of the long-range planning process. Those strategies, those priorities that have been thoughtful and been developed over the last many, many months and many hours have a place in this bond, but then, what's the exchange, as far as opportunity goes? And so this group will be working through that. And then there are other district identified needs. Some of those things that we may have to consider just because it is a bond. And we'll talk about some of those as we move through the process in our work sessions. But again, this represents kind of the universe of different types of things that will be filling up these various cups or propositions. Next slide, please. Now, you already heard me talk about the capacity, but the one thing I want to talk about is that no matter what we do, we are not going to meet our needs. Like, I want that to be very clear. There's not an amount that could be approved that doesn't address some of the goals we've already laid out, including not increasing the tax rate, that will get us to a place where we don't have future concerns. What we're trying to do is to take a bite at the apple that's significant enough to stabilize us, ensure that our students have an improved learning experience, and at the same time invest in our areas that have been historically underserved, but acknowledging that there are needs everywhere. So as this work continues, things will be left off the table, and that's tough. It's going to occur in every single process. This group has been, working with us, or the equity office, just to prepare for that challenging conversation, and it's underway. So as we go to the next slide, one of the things I wanted to point out is, back in August, we committed to following the equity by design model, and this process, this model, isn't something that's been attempted at this scale. And I think the district, I think the long-range planning committee, I think the bond steering committee, I think this entire organization should be very proud to actually be at this point. It's a learning experience, right? Sometimes it's 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards. Sometimes our long-range planning committee had to inform us that, this is probably a better way to do it. And it may take more time, and that's okay. We had to adjust, and I think that at this point, we have been true to the process as we can, given the constraints that we're in. And we're very proud of the work. It's certainly never perfect, but it is a significant improvement from where we've been in the past. And I think everybody in this room, as well as everybody watching, everybody part of the process, should be very proud of the work regardless of what happens moving forward. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Melissa Larson, who is our Director of Planning and Asset Management. She will be kind of taking you all through the decision-making framework, and then she'll hand it back to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Reach. So I just wanted to take a couple minutes tonight to talk about the decision-making framework, which is super important that everyone understands how the long-range planning committees did come up with decisions and recommendations that they made through this process. So from the beginning of the process, we knew that we needed to have a transparent way that we make decisions. We needed to make sure that our communities knew how decisions were made, that our board members know how decisions are made, our schools know how that decisions were made. So to do that, we worked with a work group of our committee members, and that included members from several of the different 7 committees, and many of those members who participate on that work group are in the audience tonight as well to help develop this decision-making framework. So it is in 2 parts. The first part is what we refer to as the equity rubric, and that's prioritizing the what. And then part 2 is what we refer to a lot as the opportunity index, and that's really identifying where should these strategies be recommended for implementation. So what comes out of this decision-making framework in the end are projects that will be considered by the bond steering committee for future bond funding. So part 1, to talk about that a little bit more, is really prioritizing the strategies. So for instance, our athletics committee, they had 12 different strategies. And so because there are so many strategies for each committee, we needed to come up with a mechanism on how do we prioritize each of those strategies. So each of the committees used this equity rubric that was informed by the equity-focused decision-making tool that is online, and that is something that the Equity Office helped develop for decision-making. So the first thing that we looked at for the strategies was the strategy informed by a diverse group of people and a diverse group of perspectives? Then we looked at harm. Will this strategy help address systemic harm on our students and our staff from our underserved communities? Then we looked at root causes. If we implement this strategy, will it help disrupt the root cause, why the issue occurred? And that's something new that we looked at in this process, was the root causes. It's something that we didn't do a good job in past planning processes, so that was something that we really needed to take time to figure out, why are these problems continuing to happen in the district, and what solutions could we have to help disrupt that? We also looked at something that we called evidence. Is there any best practices out there? Is there research out there that maybe a strategy worked in a different school district? Maybe it was something that our district itself piloted at some schools, and can we expand that to more schools? So is it based on any evidence? And the last thing we looked at was frequency. So again, if this strategy were implemented, is it something that our students and our staff and our teachers, that they would experience hourly? You know, it could be furniture, and that's something that they, if it were implemented, that strategy would impact them an hourly, or is it daily, or is it weekly, or is it monthly or more? So we had a conversation for each of the strategies, looking at these 5 different, 5 different guiding pillars. And then we had a discussion with the work group to help prioritize using these guiding pillars to prioritize those strategies. And then we took it to the larger committee and had the same conversation with the entire committee, again, to discuss this and come to an agreement on how we should prioritize each of those strategies individually for each of the 7 committees. So once we prioritize the what, then we needed to look at the where. So now, where should these strategies be placed? And we wanted to make sure that we first prioritized our historically underserved communities. And we wanted to make sure that we did not further any inequities that have been made with past decision-making. And so to do that, we looked at high opportunity facilities. Next slide. So there was 3 ways that a facility could be identified as high opportunity, and these included both our schools and then also our district-wide or central facilities. So this slide's sort of a lot to take in. I know it took me a while to process this myself. So the first way was if a school enrollment has a high number of underserved students in the top 20% across the district, and it also has a high neighborhood vulnerability. So again, the underserved students are the groups that were identified by the Equity Office in collaboration with the community. And then another method was if there are 3 or more identified underserved groups at a school in the top 40% across the district, then we considered that a high opportunity facility as well. And that one was regardless of the neighborhood. If this school has 3 groups that were in that top 40%, that's high opportunity, regardless if the neighborhood was considered low or moderate in their response to a crisis, according to the CDC. And then the third way, we knew that we have our central facilities. So to do that, we looked at the census tract in which that central facility was located. If that census tract was identified as highly vulnerable, then that was the third method that we used to identify the high opportunity facility. And so out of that, there were 61 facilities, so that's about half of our facilities were identified as high opportunity. And you can see that from this list, it includes, elementary, middle, high school, and our central facilities as well in this list. So these were the facilities that all of the committees wanted to prioritize first for our strategies. So the next slide is just an example of the visual and performing arts. You can see that they had a strategy that talks about that the VAPA classes, they need a facility that matches the programmatic needs. And so this committee and a lot of other committees reviewed educational suitability assessment data, and they looked at the subcategories, the scores for that ESA that was specific to this strategy. So any school that scored low, that it was a need, that they don't have the proper facilities, that was included in their prioritization. So that was just an example of a data point that was used for this. Most of the committees did obviously prioritize our high opportunity facilities, but they did make some exceptions depending on the strategies. Sometimes they felt like even if the school was not identified as high opportunity, that based on certain conditions, that it did sometimes need to have the strategy recommended for that school as well. So you will see that although the majority of the recommendations and projects you'll see are for our high opportunity facilities, they definitely did make some special exceptions on a case-by-case basis. And the last slide I want to talk about, this is just an example that you can see that we used. We have the high opportunity facilities. And then in the yellow, on the last column, it's sort of hard to see, but you can see that an example of one is if it's a solid dot, that means yes, the school is recommended to receive that strategy. And then down below, you'll see some of the dots in that last column are hollow, and that represents if possible. So if we have more funds and more money, that we would love to help get these schools the strategy because we know they need it, but we really do need to prioritize these yeses at the top first. And one way that the committees looked at whether or not a school should or could be recommended for a full modernization was they looked across all 7 committees to see how many dots did that school get? And if they got a lot of dots through each of the 7 committees, then perhaps that's something that we do need to consider, that maybe that school should be recommended for a full modernization. That was just one method that they use to help with that decision. So I'm going to turn it back over to Matthias to talk about FCA.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. So one of the things I want to point out is that the facility condition assessment and the deficiencies are district-wide. These are not specific to any location. All of our facilities, many of our facilities are in significant need. And so when you think about this data, it's built up in that way. Next slide, please. So what we know is that there are a variety of different things that we consider when we look at deficiencies. There are things that are mission critical. I mean, HVAC, security. We think about things that are absolutely critical to the operations of the facility. And there are things that are less critical, paint perhaps. And so we're always looking at, trying to find the most appropriate way to break down all of these deficiencies and create projects that position the school in the best way to reduce the burden over the operating budget, reduce the burden on the operating budget at the same time, if possible, improve the space for student experience. So as you go to the next slide, one of the things that I want to point out is that when you look at the reports and the way that it's organized, the project cost for the deficiencies from years 0 through 10 for all priority levels, and I'll get into this in the next slide, is $2.7 billion. The cost for years 0 through 5 for all priority levels is $1.8 billion. And then cost for year 0 is $522 million. Now you might ask, what is 0? Like, what is year 0? Well, year 0 is what's broken now. These are the things that are broken right now. So the one way to think about it is year 1 or year 2 are things that are likely to break or will be broken a year from now or 2 years from now. And so you can see in this way, we're always trying to not only look at a term, right, and plan appropriately for the number of years, but also what priority levels must be considered as we build up the bond propositions. And again, the bond steering committee will be working through all of that. And so as you can see here on the bottom, some of the examples of priority levels 1 and 2, and I think the next slide actually does a better job of explaining it. Each of our reports that are available online include this detail. And so they're comprehensive reports. They're available now. We have priorities 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And again, you look at priority 1, mission critical concerns, and as you move through the priority levels, you get to priority level 5, which are kind of aesthetic improvements. They're deficiencies that don't necessarily require anything too evasive. You look at replacing carpet, repainting, improved signage, things of that nature. So there's a progression of the prioritization of the deficiencies. The other thing that I want to point out is as the bond steering committee works through this, there's going to be, the opportunity to analyze it. What is, addressing, year 0 priorities 1 and 2, and then what's that value versus priorities, 1 through 5 in year 0. And so we will produce all of that. We have the dollars now. You'll see them. And we'll work with the bond steering committee to make those adjustments so that whenever they come back with a draft 1 and draft 2 and draft 3 and draft 4, we know what's included in those numbers. And I'm very proud of the team's ability to just develop that level of detail in these estimates so that when we get to a bond package, we know precisely what we're going to be getting for it. Next slide, please. So I certainly want to get y'all to work, so I'm not going to spend too much time on the next couple of slides, but just wanted to remind y'all that in the past we've had single propositions. In this instance, because of state law, we'll have multiple propositions. Just listed below are some of the things that will require a separate proposition. Each time the bond steering committee or even staff has an idea that might need to be considered, we go to bond counsel and they provide guidance. So we are answering those questions as they come up so that we do not put anything out there that creates any risk for the district as we move through the process. Next slide, please. So calling for the bond, again, don't want to spend too much time on this slide because we have presented it before, or at least some of the detail. The one point that I do want to point out is that halfway down the slide or towards the end, is that the bond language must state that this is a property tax increase. Again, we must state, and again, in all caps, that this is a property tax increase, though that's not the case. Right? So one of the things that you've heard Ed Ramos, our CFO, state multiple times is that the objective in all of this work is to bring forward a bond package that does not increase the tax rate. But this is required by state law. We've inquired, we cannot remove it. So just wanted to make sure that we continue to think about that as something that we have to work through as we complete this work. So the last slide here is just a kind of a preview of the conversation you're going to have regarding real estate. And one of the things that we as an organization have acknowledged for quite some time, I've heard many of y'all say this, is that we are in an affordable housing crisis in Austin. And there are different levels of affordability that we see in our community. And you've heard 60% MFI or 80% MFI. You hear these different things. But when you think about the district and teachers and staff, when you really begin to break down the opportunity that those people that work so hard for this organization have to secure housing, and acknowledging that many of them have to travel well outside the city of Austin to find a place that's affordable, it does become something that we need to consider and explore. And fortunately for AISD, given the number of parcels that we have and the authority that the district has, we have opportunities to begin to combat this. Again, it's a much bigger problem, but when you isolate it and really explore how it could support teachers and staff, it's something that we want to explore with y'all. And you're going to see some of that in the conversation that we have together here in a moment. And so don't want to take too much more time. Certainly want to provide opportunity for questions. I want to get y'all into the groups working. So certainly, Jacob, if you'd like to, or Dr. Reach, if there's a way you'd like to handle it, more than happy to answer questions or have the trustees come down to the work groups, I should say.
Yeah. With the approval of the trustees, I think it'd be great to move into the work session, allow some questions to be done in there. And then, of course, the trustees will come back to the dais. They'll be able to share out any thoughts or comments or questions they have from their small group work.
Okay, fantastic. And just so the trustees are aware, we're going to keep you on time. So you'll hear me give prompts at like 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and so forth. And then our bond steering committee, just being the great resource that they are, and the long range planning committee members that have joined us as well, will be available for any questions you may have, as well as staff. And so we'll guide the conversation. And again, we want y'all's input. We want to hear from y'all. So please, share with us what you wish.
Trustees, you can find your nameplate on the table. Maybe I need to ask Vic to look into it tomorrow.
Very few cases,
And if we look at rentals, currently the average rent for one bedroom just about $1,500. And two bedrooms just about $1,800. So in order to afford that, again, using that 30%, and I'm, putting it at that max, right? Hopefully someone spend less, but you need to be making $58,000, $72,000 to afford rent. And then the third stone of rising costs I want to highlight are extremely low income renters. And so Austin actually ranked in the top 10 worst cities for affordable housing. So when you think about those extremely low income cities, 89% of them are in Austin, meaning there's 1%. And disproportionately, communities of color are being affected. And we're finding in the city of Austin that Latino homes are
I thought that was also.
So then, the next challenge is salaries in the district relative to cost. And so I actually have this updated slide for you. Because this just got published within the last week. The 2022 area median family income. And in a way, it's almost good that we have the wrong slide or outdated slide because you can see the jump. And where I would highlight is that we've gone from about 61% of our employees would fall under 80% MFI, according to HUD, 80%, less than 80% is low income. Now, this is based on their individual salaries. Certainly, I'll give the caveat that if we factor in their household, whether that's a partner or spouse, family members, they might fall, rises on that, but I only have the data on our individual salaries. And so, as of last year, it would have been 61%, but now if we look at the new data, we're at 83% of our employees are below 80% of the fund, and 94% are below 100%. And then we combine that with our next slide, which is about teacher attraction and retention. I've had a lot of great conversations with Norma and Zara from Human Capital Therapy, trying to find new teachers. And they're having an issue where there are certainly plenty of young special teachers who want to go to Austin, but then they find out there are some things that they don't provide them. And so we've got not only challenges of housing costs here. So we are just nationwide, there's a teacher shortage. All the other school districts in Texas, this is the RP up in St. Town. And so this chart is just highlighting just on the base salary alone, the increases that they all trade from 48%. All the school districts surrounding us are planning to implement for next school year. And what makes them to try to attract this talent. And then, our next slide is initial hard costs. This data I want to select the news article on last week, just the increase in the resignation that we saw, especially amongst our teachers, doubling since 2019. And, not all of it can be attributed to housing, there's multitudes of issues.
The only thing
But what is important is turnover costs essentially impact us from not only just from the funding of it, right, how much it costs to go find a new teacher, find new staff, but then also the time required, right, just that every one of these that has soft costs are involved with trying to bring some of the soft costs. And so we have our strategies, and this is where this fund stuff hopefully lies, and where the rest of our conversation. establish a fund for this, and then the governance around it. So what are the parameters, how is this going to be administered? Getting some thoughts and input on that would be our request. And then number 2 is building teacher housing. This is, Matthias mentioned this, and the idea would be to leverage bond dollars to build dedicated teacher housing on existing district-owned land. And so some helpful there's a lot of board we look at there. There's so many different ways. You should have said sales, easements, feedback from users as we bring those forward with recommendations. And then also tons of hours. And the boss at the right time, as we get close to coin road sale, is talking about establishing a public finance. And large finance committees will go on legally allowed to further work that they start. And really allowing us to create affordability on those properties by making them decide what is best and what is most vaccine. Austin, so far, where property taxes will go, and all we know is they will go up. And to remove that variable for a developer who's trying to meet the rent ordinance, that could be a great tool in our pocket. It's a way to, I think, helps us be a partner and not just landlord tenant, which is what I think the goal should be around these opportunities. Not just hand them off to someone. We want to be part of the San Antonio, so there's examples. In terms of time, we're not talking about once we've had our community. And then in your there are studies about teacher housing. I don't know what y'all see in y'all various school districts, how they accomplish that. And then it also included in May, 2 school districts in the state of Texas issued bonds for teacher housing. Now they were small. They're rural school districts, near Odessa, Fort Stockton, but both carry. So there's, I include the actual language, just so you can see like how they frame it and everything. We can get very examples. As I say, one of the things that do something I want to make sure a bit more significant, just getting the size of our districts.
I have faith in numbers are not.
There's precedent, at least in the state of Texas for it, and certainly there's precedent more so across the country for this.
We're done.
The case studies around teacher housing, I included.
It's just a lot of information to try to take in.
Case studies
But
where
then you have to make digestible.
you can sell Somebody mentioned, so it's helpful, keep in mind that the benefits one part and keep that. And you can look at that too. You want to look at improvements in one area as opposed to as we all know. Helpful to
Playground is a city.
talk to them, I reached out to or the development world. Improvements are affordable, it's like a rental affordable, like right now it's $250 to $300,000 per unit. So for 25 million, you could get about 100 units. That's not gonna be right, that's a drop for relative to the amount of teacher training, but 100 units is a starting place, so in terms of context of what should what are the questions I want to, is that what 5 minutes?
All of these high priority yeses, but then they have to be ranked as, right? Clearly can't do even on the like, they kind of feel like funny like doing impossible. Like, we have so many yeses, like there's no way we're gonna get to the impossibles. Like, there's so much things that probably all the yeses. Interesting question. So just space, people in, I think we think about housing in a very specific way.
Don't necessarily get stuff in the grocery store because I want to. I get stuff in the grocery store for other things. The bond doesn't necessarily get
I love that question because in researching all this stuff, these days, education in North Carolina was
I'm worried that it's not
the state and advocacy,
the fact is
and they had actually surveyed teachers in North Carolina, I think statewide survey about people in rent, how many people you live with, how much you're spending. And so we have a draft survey, we've been talking about what the best distribute that, is it through us, is it cost yeah, but that could be a great, but that could be a great question. And having some, yeah. So we very much, I would very much like to serve the teaching they will have things to say, and I do think if this board goes this direction, not to be too over the sales but ultimately someone who's right, we need people to vote on it. I think it could be very impactful come the fall when we're trying to support this, to have the data from the teacher. Not only the quantitative, but also the qualitative, where we can capture the teachers sharing their thoughts about not only what they want to see, but what are they facing similar to that teacher at the beginning.
Oh, yeah. And you see her Facebook post? I saw it, I know.
She one of our teachers.
Yeah, she was a teacher. So I think that would be a lot of
I think
I would say teachers that are I like all of these. I like this one.
then you can also see, is it recommended for about functions? So yes, it's recommended, or possible. You get through all the yeses, and we still have some funds, then let's start to talk about possibles. So again, for each strategy, there's a comprehensive sheet for all of the committees. So that is the majority of this book, is all of these.
And these are just, there's some with
I know this is true for tech, I'm not sure if it's true for everyone, but when it came to actually listing
facilities.
Oh, okay, so then the next thing.
he actually doesn't necessarily denote which school is the most important. There's a lot of yes and no in future, but at least for tech, we did it sort of like the alphabetic order of the way the sheet sorted itself. So we maybe outline that. So for tech, then that's good.
Thank you for that. I like that message though.
Priorities 1 and 2. And then, there was.
So we can start if you have any questions you want to ask us or committee members. The other table after questions are committee members sort of being their biggest aha moment that they learned through this experience. Or we talked about priorities that are really, important to their students.
Finishing 3 through 5 priorities, year 0.
We want to hear from any of our committee members.
I would mind hearing from like the different committees, just in their own words, why emerged is like the most important question.
So I'll start back here with Barbara, who's athletics.
Hi, I'm the co-chair for athletics, and let's see what, I'm saying, like over there.
Food service, food service.
Athletics is more than just the football game played on the field, and that was.
So, another thing we talked about, and I really didn't touch on it over there, was
that under
if we look at year 0, starting 1 and 2.
athletic umbrella.
Well, that's one subset of the data. I guess it's the
A lot of programs under
But
that umbrella.
for the life of the bond, over 5 years, should we be looking at year 0 through 5, trying to go to, and what is
We're
that?
able to communicate that.
I don't know if it's presented, but we do have it in
What
for all schools,
whether
year 0
something
through 5,
or a standalone facility. We have a standalone facility.
And what you'll
facilities at the
hear
In
in the coming days and weeks,
we looked at,
we individualize, what we want is
and are they safe?
this,
Because some of the fields,
back and forth about what's the right
and so they
amount
aren't
here to address
And that's the problem.
all
In
schools,
that we have these
and
facilities, but
to
we
also
can't plan them.
acknowledge
Or they're
the
not
equity
safe to plan.
portion of this that
And we looked at maintenance, of an
communities,
upgrade in particular, an upgrade to church.
providing those underserved
And
communities
that
with what they need.
is the safety of your maintenance. So what do we give back to the budget? We give you.
Along with all the other, all the other committees.
What do we give
I
to the
consider
school? In terms
full
of
lives,
lights,
the transportation,
lights will allow
buses,
evening.
um,
It will allow evening band practice, cheer practice, all of those things that you can't do because you don't have lights. So it's a lot that's
So I
under
kind
umbrella.
of paused
And what's
there
important to
and,
us
see what
for
y'all
the
drop
athletic
questions
committee
about
is
the
to
numbers,
communicate
what, how we
that
arrive at these numbers.
and to what is under
Any
that
thoughts
umbrella.
y'all have?
And that what all you can do, especially in the standalone facilities, of all the things that you do. So, our power is that I've become a cheerleader for athletics. And I think everybody in the room knows that, and I was
So we're gonna see there a breakdown by school.
cheerleader, and I don't think you all was talking,
And then-
especially working with the trustees, that's all
The
we're looking at.
details you see in the following
But
pages,
it is,
this is all year 0, priority 1 and 2. Right.
Right, well, that's, right, it should, it should have been.
I don't know why I wouldn't be able to provide that.
On the athletic.
But this is the data. Year 0, currently go down. Priority 1 and 2, priority 1 and 2 being life safety, fire alarm system,
And that we can
security
compete with our
systems,
neighbors, because Del Valley Well, the LASA, it wouldn't be, so what you'll see, that would not. Yeah, no.
So is the general philosophy
When
that
you go
we have like a
in
minimum
year zero
standard
party
for all of our fields and athletic facilities?
So these are eye-opening numbers. A brand new high school.
Is that kind of like a
We have, we do have one that has. Would be about. And bring it up, and that means all, we can't just be one. All in five. So you do, you have a strategy, and just. If you stop so you can do it, and you want it all one. Turn like you're fixing the track. You can't do just one. Right, so you could, about 30, 35 million.
Because I know like Anderson, like, don't they have the artificial?
When you layer on.
That was like because of the generator or something?
Yeah, so we
So
have
how do
two.
you deal with like that kind of?
We have two, that are rated based on, list images and images. So then we're talking about bringing up things now. With those, what falls in the Anderson is to be sure that it has. I mean, escalation, we're also escalating. And we don't do that portion, that cost model. But escalation is part of that cost model, so we have to escalate to that point. Right now, no, so it's looking at, right, so how far, and then the campuses, then the standalone, district facilities, so you have your district facilities, which is the house call, yeah, we got to stay. But, and Delta. Yeah, there's a lot, what you'll see here, for example, these are hard. Once they're put through the cost model, then you get.
Carter, I have a question. Are you talking about lights on campuses?
Yes. Lights on the field.
Middle and high school?
Middle school and high school? There's some regulations, but our first proposal was high school. Then we come down for that particular strategy. Then we come down to that. It's not all middle schools have everything. That's one thing we're looking at, so the setting committee takes this. What is that also? Right, what are we currently spending that fixing these things? And that's what's that burden we're going to deal with? What is the burden that a modernization? So all of that is part of looking at correction. We already learned that. We don't have that. So, while there's significant cost of providing brand new schools, it's small model. It does really require higher costs. It's really a burden.
Also, I want to thinking about
thing about the SEA score,
Is I'm on tech.
it compares,
And really sort of the big aha was relating to the ability of the district to provide services can be drastically increased by sort of simple stuff. The example I used was SaaS versus on-prem software, where you get SaaS, you can get sort of all kinds of support, all sorts of extra stuff that the district to some extent really doesn't have the capacity to provide, and doesn't really have the expertise to
it's
provide.
not, you know, it doesn't
And so right there, to sort of take off some of the load from AISD tech staff, which there are never enough of and will never be enough of, to assist with other matters that may be more AIC's wheelhouse, like random weird tech support stuff that only AIC can do.
doesn't have all the
Stuff like
spaces you would see in a
that. And of course, Trustees of Pop
smaller
also
square
product,
footage wise.
with the new monopoles, all sorts of opportunities that are opening up as well. It would say nine new ones that are going up on AISD ground to provide cell service, which then AISD can parlay into student devices. So all kinds of weird random opportunities that are out there that I didn't realize existed as a student.
That's part of what ESA does.
If I could make a comment somewhat as an outsider, I would just
SCA
say,
doesn't account for what's in this.
just to comment about how much need there is across the
The
district.
gyms are way too small.
I feel like I saw a huge difference really staying true to prioritizing the high opportunity campuses and not getting caught up in their own campus or their kids.
Not that ESA would say
And
that.
that's not what I think, so I just
Then you've
wanted
got
to
a good
commend everybody.
SCA score that not good because it's not providing space.
I will also, as an addendum to tech, also say that when you're going through the strategies, it looks like
And
tech
then we
only has
go
3
on.
strategies. Strategy 1, I believe, is broken up through parts A through N. So they're deceptively small number.
You did it your own way all the way through.
Yeah, we did.
40 points, but it's more like average.
Was there anything,
Finding points.
that came up in your conversations related to, like, how we're preparing our students to be tech leaders of the future, like a career sort of focus?
So that's a wonderful question, and one that came up a lot. So at the beginning of this process, there was a sort of portal for public comment that got set up. This was still back in like the committee members again, like the root causes problem statement days. Back in the olden times. They set up this community engagement platform. And a lot of the comments we got on the tech stuff was concerned about too much computer questions, too much screen time. So that got baked into a lot of stuff. But there was also the fact that whether we like it or not, students are really expected to use computers afterward.
That's not,
And we expect them to use computers in college.
yeah.
So
Way more.
there was a lot of discussion on that. That's not necessarily included so much in the bond strategies. There's a lot of that in non-bond. And at the beginning, there was a brilliant committee member who's a computer scientist whose kid is in elementary school, his son in elementary school. And he really wanted to make sure that his son got just the sort of training he needed to go into the CE field and whatnot. So there is a lot of concern about that. That was definitely baked into the non-bond stuff, not really in the bond stuff. That is more just providing a basic level of service to all students, and then making sure that like nothing screwy goes on with AIC Wi-Fi. Just sort of ensuring that everything works for the next one.
And the committees too, obviously, these are the bond-related strategies, but many of these strategies also need non-bond strategies to really build them and make them work. Academics as one that is regarding providing furniture for our previous spaces, and there's other furniture, that's just a small example. But then they have a strategy along with that that says, hey, we need to make sure all of our teachers and staff know how to use the furniture and the equipment. So we don't want to just give them spaces and things, we need to make sure that it's full.
What about like discussion around, and I don't know if this is more academics or more technology, but like when you think about the future, like careers in artificial intelligence, machine learning, all that kind of stuff.
And that
this is actually, and the tech project manager, bless his heart, has done a good job of trying to find my misunderstanding of this. But there's a very fine line between academics and CTE
Okay, that's what I'm, okay, so it's more.
so that's more there. We're just trying to make sure that, you can access Google Drive.
I've been part of the academics committee. I'm kind of a Zoom hero that I've been listening and see, but a lot of the work that they've prioritized, kind of figuring out what programs are happening right now and how we can better help serve the students. So I think their main goal is to make sure that like you have dual language, that it's like one of the topics is like having dual language from elementary all the way to high school and having that continuity, and then exploring like CTE, for example, having to ensure that those programs have accountability and are actually growing, kind of like LBJ, one of our schools. So I don't really recall them thinking about adding more programs and more so reinforcing the programs that they currently have, and then focusing on that maybe not every child has an idea of what they want to do. Sometimes it's just ensuring that the teacher and the staffing that they have is able to support them with the current program that they currently have at that school. Same thing with pre-Kers, ensuring that our pre-K students are being well equipped, that they're at a phase where they're, once they go to kindergarten, they're able to start reading and learning and that sort of thing. So from what I can recall, no. But I do think that they wanted just to make sure that what they have is really great. So when we add programs, we're not having to go back to re-support those programs, more so that we have the capacity to continue to build and expand for our students.
I'm not even at the level, but I do remember maybe facilities and your knowledge from academics. It's a balance. It's a balance. Technology, the dental hygiene program, building a space where they could have utilities to route to the chair or whatever that they were doing. So I did hear about that.
Right. It's just ensuring that we're supporting the programs in a way where, like, for example, the LBJ came up, right, about having your dental hygienist, like, because, nursing duties and stuff like that. So you want to be able to have the spaces to have, but also being able to have staff that's going to be able to support those students so that they can be able to get these certifications once they actually leave. And so really, really taking those elements.
Christine helps support the transportation, food service, and maintenance, and since we don't have any members, share the commodity here.
Yes, and I'm here on Anastasia talking a little bit about it, and for her as well, like ladies co-chairs for transportation, food service, and maintenance. A lot of things going on in that committee, 3 big things. Buses on zero for everyone. That's one of the consideration of zero, that is always a priority. We also talked about deferred maintenance and ensuring that HVAC, electrical, our mission protocols are we're ensuring that we can keep the community running and really make sure that those are addressed and those are mission critical. The only strategy that maintenance had was to ensure that we have all the maintenance for a project early on. And we took into account not only the FCA data, but lived experiences from those staff members that work in those schools, plumbers, electricians, all the tradespeople, and hearing the staff's concerns of all of the maintenance issues that they have. Food service side too, I really cannot recall that food service was ever put forward in Oklahoma. So equipment that is aging, and that is taking from their funds to continue the work that they do. So really that was another prioritization. We have aging equipment, we have great food, we have great staff that makes it, we can't, keeping hot food hot is to do at some of the campuses. So things like that. So that's really some kind of generalized priorities that we're like, this is important, this is the basis of our work.
But a comment came up when you were talking not being
First air conditioned bus freshman year. Greatest day of my life.
In August.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very exciting.
Are there any other questions? Was there anything specific to special education that came up in any of your conversations?
Yes. Well, was there? I mean, I know from facilities, like we have, I think, 2 strategies specifically addressing like facilities, so spaces, spaces as well as like restrooms. So there's like a whole bunch just on restrooms and changing tables as well as accessibility. So from a facility standpoint, that's
Multiple facets of evaluating and looking at.
1 minute. Get to.
We've also tech strategy, it's either one committee or one and is also dedicated to accessible.
Was there any talk about like monitoring in the special education classroom? I don't know if I asked that, but I know that families will sometimes pull this on camera and you're bringing that happen. But then that also brings up privacy issues for those families. So is there like a technological solution? And to me, there is.
Late nights. Thank you.
Thank y'all for your work.
Continuing counterclockwise. You're doing a great job. The last one.
You know, we just we're about to vote on our student project, which has a bunch of stuff in there that came out of necessarily that area. Yes. That's cool.
The code of conduct is and also fundamentally undoable.
About a minute to settle down. Get going, clock is starting now. I'm good. We'll do some quick introductions. We got to the very first one. So, for those of y'all that don't know me, Michael, I'm the director of Trustees. We'll do this, obviously, and then we can go around.
Yes, I am on the LRP meeting. Really where I want to start. Food service break. Majority laundry.
It was laundry planning facilities
In short,
Did I? Yes. I'm so fancy.
These are all and strategy staff is on.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and kick off. I've done the last two, so hopefully, I can make this quick enough to not bore everybody else already heard it, but you probably know. So, we'll start off by talking about the SCA report, or SCA data, as you would say. First, there you go. Yeah, there you go. And then the conversation can go wherever we all need it to go, or would like for it to go.
It should talk about the method and.
No. That seems like the wrong. Here it is. It's very front. That's the program summary. So I'll let you take a look at it. I'm not memorizing, but close enough. So what you'll see on here is a summary of costed data from the facility condition assessment. So, and this is just a small grouping, maybe it's not small, but it's that data in groups, but it's not the entire SCA. The entire SCA looked at year 0 through 10. But what you'll see on there in the red column is year 0, as Matthias has pointed out. Consider that stuff that's currently broken or aged out. Priority 1 and 2. And so priority 1 and 2 would be things like fire sprinkler systems, fire alarm systems, security systems, security cameras, and then mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems. Things that would that are mission, what we determine mission critical. Be hard for students to attend, or maybe not safe for students to attend, faculty and staff to be attended without addressing that. And that's where that 298 million number came from. What you'll see in the following columns is additional deficiencies costs layered on. So that first red column aligns with what the long-term committee, facility long-term planning committee identified as number 1 strategy to address year 0 priorities 1 and 2 at all points. Strategy 3 is the orange column. I realize that is the orange column for strategy. And that is
So 9
year 0, priorities 3 through 5, so the remaining things for year 0 that aren't in the red column.
would qualify for.
And years 1 through 5, all started at high opportunity schools. That's why you'll see some of these don't have challenge because it's just a high opportunity. And you can see a number there. 1.2, it's a large number, $1.2 billion. It's a lot. It's a lot.
So it's mostly taken from like the FFE, like where does this data come from?
So this is from the facility condition assessment that was conducted about a year ago. And the same type of report was done in 2016, 2017 in order to help build something. There was an FCA report, and those are all online together. We have the old report, the previous report, and the current report. So same report, but just reassessed because things have changed. You'll see some zeros on here in the new schools. They don't have any deficiencies. So that's what we're looking at here. There's some other breakdown that you'll see in one other column between the resume reports. What you'll notice in there behind that is an even greater breakdown, more granular detail of exactly what's making up these numbers. It's the actual item. The air handler that's broken. Plumbing that is broken. What I do want to caution you is the dollars you see on there are just hard costs in this page. What you'll see on this page is the full project cost of what it would actually take
So this was actually just subject
repair
of
that
points of
including
conversation.
architects and engineers fees, any other special inspection required, permit, escalation due to inflation, all that's broken into the cost line.
I know what's going on with it. They're going to call that out and roll out all this stuff. Turns out I'm not there.
Because there's a lot of this.
And so figuring out that they're
Do you guys have any data on like how much
we're working on that. We have some data on what we say goes out. There was a case that was presented, back up as one of the positions. And we're working on, maybe not an exact science, if we fix this, what we'll do in the future, but we are working on that data because that is, important to look at what's the, best use of taxpayer dollars. At least that's one way of using it. There's a lot of other ways to get equity. I mean, that is what this, along with planning group. But that is.
Trust, yes, yeah, only tell them to do. It was cool also watching that on KXA. I talked to the AIC. But that would allow for student fund pass being applied for computers. That means it wouldn't matter whether students apply. The district would provide the. So there are definitely ways around this. Not to mention, I think those monopoles also Verizon proposals that are supposed to manage. And sometimes. So there are definitely intriguing and
Has stood out specifically.
And we're looking at. Sometimes there's a line of former, not because the school is just missing a whole auditorium. That's because that auditorium is not there. You know, and so it's. Yeah. So we're looking at, because we found what is communities and looking at all the strategies. And I think that starts to get a little experience. I will never say that feedback on that. But I feel like we found high opportunities and the need, and not looking at.
Those are our three strategies. And then in terms of funding for our trees, one is bond. If we were to build those contract, we fund that. So the support, right, to incorporate bond. Two is short-term beyond kind of the low years. We have some few properties that access that we could build a school on, not big enough, but have encumbered. And then also lease, we're currently building that part for the past few months. 9 campuses, they originally came to us as 20, narrowed it down to 9 where they would, like easements for occupiers. There is some data we looked at with 17 bonds. However, from the outside, mentioning what does that mean, what are the things that could help student retention, and to support that. Some of the schools, TA Brown was there on opening day. Opening doors, kids were coming, it's awesome. They're all new school, things are awesome all around. And when we got done, when the last car finally came through, and I mean, the bell had already rung, kids are still getting out of cars. And I walked in to the school, and there's an office full of people go. Now, is that across the board every time? No, not, but But, you know, we've seen some firsthand experiences where it's amazing. It's, you know,
Right, I mean, these aren't.
I do think it has a big impact. But we do need to look more hard at that data. You know, where is that impact?
Right.
Retention. For students, it can be a little hard to quantify sometimes, but it's, and to predict, it's not always, you know, not always easy to predict.
So I'm looking at these numbers and then trying to reconcile them with the strategies. So are all the strategies, do they align with this? Because for example, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so for example, there is a recommendation to add an international, well, northeast, and I looked at the northeast list on here, and actually it was on this. I looked at that list and I couldn't find it.
So the long-range planning committee's strategies really don't correlate that. This is just facility condition assessment, evaluating what is the condition of the building right now, and what items are broken, or do we expect to age out in years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and what does it cost to do like for like? So when you see enough, that data that you were looking at back here, the prioritized strategies of the Welcome Center for International Employees, the facility condition assessment would never happen because it's just looking at the building the way it is. Because so many each year ESA surveys, you know, it's just roofs, condition, is the carpet worn, is the paint peeling, is the air conditioning working.
So then we don't know how much these things
So
cost at this.
that will work. Keep in mind that just wrapped up last week, Thursday-ish.
It's still warm.
Very warm. Very warm. Don't cook it. Let it cool off. That is one of the other things that we need to cost.
No, and I will say these are not.
Yeah. Now, there is, to some degree, there are, because there's estimates.
Service providers are basically.
There isn't anything for them there on ESA. But while the committee was going through this, the ESA reports do tell us some of the things compared against ed specs. So, secure vestry is a standard thing that we would build into any campus if we were building any campus. A lot of our campuses don't have that. That is in the ESA report, education suitability assessment report. And we had the team, because we had that data before they were finished, while they were doing their work. We have talked about it, and we had our consultants cost, what would it cost to be providing a secure vestry? So that's something that actually overlaps, I think, with the safety, security, and resiliency committee. So that was an easy one where once this came in, we're like, okay, we've got that. It's not here because we're putting on a big, all the concept stuff in there, or all those. There is some overlap that you'll see. Again, just like the overlap of facilities, already one, but it's not a big. There's a lot of stuff in strategies on it.
And then the ESA, when does this always felt like we did a struggle?
21, end of 2021.
Because I think we've been perception that if you were investing in information, you're not investing in students.
What kind of, so the reports are online, but you're asking for some additional stuff?
Yeah.
I would say, yes, that would be my next big part.
I know we were asking about the aspects, yeah, and then we were presenting recommendations, and so then we were trying to reconcile,
So that people
okay,
understand, like what you were talking about,
the
how
bond project touches an ESA.
a lot of different spaces, you, at the fire, or football players, which is what it is, right? Really.
And then we're gonna approve an ESA that may or may not think of, and so we're just trying to, I mean, for me personally, I think that's something I'm trying to understand.
was a recommendation for, we have a conversation with the team to look at the ed specs and systems to interface and tweak a little bit to make it align with this root cause problem that we're finding. And so we'll have a non-bond strategy for there and we'll align how this presented to schools.
That's what I want.
We've been asking for that too, because we're still working on the non-bond strategies, so we bumped up the bond strategies to get to the step.
Right,
And so, but all the I don't know. So like, so non-bond strategies were kind of put on a shelf, and so they're going to focus on this stuff, and then we're going back this summer, and so.
And that's one piece that I don't want the board to lose is the non-bond strategies. I apologize. We can make sure that we don't forget. I'll write it down. I'm looking at you as you're in secondary. On your calendar a month from now. I'll just keep sending myself emails. Well, I think part of it, so like, this also, because the board is supposed to approve the ed specs. Right. In September, I think, is what the TS told me. And I don't know if this is exactly what they were talking about, but, you know, I felt like our ed specs were good, like, they accomplished the purpose of, say, like, what the bricks and mortar expectations are, but there was no way to sort of operationalize or quantify, like, the historic significance of a school, or how well it anchored in the community. Because when we did the school closure votes at the social capital, all we were doing is going by like these bricks and mortar type numbers, and we were ignoring this whole cultural piece and historical piece.
Yeah, we're not there.
I don't want to be advocating like, well, how can we put that into the aspects? So that also, because I think for a while everybody went, and that's where it ties into, if y'all are gonna say, why did you care about ESAs? Because if I am gonna get behind a bond, more definitely, you know, like, obviously the need part of it. I want to be able to understand, are we learning from 2017? Are we learning from 2019? And if so, how so? And what do these FCA, ESA scores, what are the implications? And how does it influence what we ultimately see? I consider myself a healthy skeptic.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know, I had a conversation with MTS about this exact same thing, and I think that so having read through the aspects of not just school closure, but like, seeing what the ESA actually is saying, like, I really firmly believe that all of these questions and how they're posed and who's at the table when the questions are answered, because ESA's, the scores are 100% subjective. I think the ed specs has language in there that allows for their virtual team to work very closely to develop what's important, but that's on a new document. So the ESA is, it's about evaluating the school and about what's the team for that existing school, but it's not phrased with, like, okay, this is what we would do for our development, because they're not, since everything's in the right? So if you look at, okay, well, you're having, who's at the table, you're talking about it, and they say that they have the people at the table for the ESAs, but they do that before COVID, schools were closed, but even before that, when schools were closed, boarded up, they still had spaces for principals were interviewing for like 30 minutes. A lot of them were desktop evaluations where they're just looking at floor plans and they're not actually seeing how important it is that the school has a laundry machine, washing unit, because some of those kids don't have that at home and they're using that, like, and that's not in the ed specs, right? And so it's like understanding, okay, well, like, spaces functionally, but also history and what it means, a larger thing. And I think that the evaluation itself will be and have more room for that and not just based on the ed specs, which is about
Yes, thank you. I like, yeah, whoever's recording, there needs to be like this other piece. No, it's true though, because like that's where the problem, I mean, like, you know, I remember even before I was, yeah, so I remember like looking at the ed specs and being like, well, okay,
One thing that I think is really important to consider also is, you have lots of small schools spreading out a lot of resources for a lot of different places. And so that, influence underserved children. When you have to spread out the resources to more places. And, so my opinion on that is go to the small school. So now we'll go to the library. I am starting to understand why it was also to have a building. So I am completely torn over half the ideas, but so I think that's why it's important. There's a lived experience and hear from those voices, and so that's why I'm making my business to seek out where people live. But a lot of those people that aren't here, then I go find them, and so that's why this work has been really important and life altering for me, honestly.
It's so pleasant.
And then I think part of it too is like if you are going to close down the school, there's a way to do it that's harmful. Yeah, there's a way to do that. So it's like how many full modernizations you do more of those intact, for example. You know, like there are certain safeguards, which kind of goes beyond the bond, it's like, okay, now what do we do? But it's so related because one of the questions I had that I posed to Dr. Elizalde recently was, we need to have an answer to this question, which is, how much do we invest in a school, in a campus that continues to be under-served? I'm being honest about that. Being honest, because if we're not, we're gonna do a bait and switch, and that was like the big problem. We promised all these campuses that get all these things, and then a year later, you know, so I think that's why we're having to rebuild all this trust, right? I think people are so worried because it's not like, oh no, I don't think people are against schools and nice facilities. They are against, you know, feeling like they've tried to retreat. And so it's better to just say up front, like, hey, we're not gonna invest in this stuff because we don't really see a future here. And just like, you know, we need to have that conversation. And here's like come with us, help us figure out like, hey, like, you know, like here's the facts, y'all. Like the population is declining by 20% every year. Exactly. And in 20 years, we're gonna have no closing. Rather than, so next month, it's like, holy, yeah. So
the conversation does happen that it has to close. And that's the hard stop right here. So when we get there, we know that it's gonna stop, right? And I think that, well, that was my experience. That was, make people alive and it's not gonna happen. Yeah. So, I know that, but, it's very, like,
we need to get drinks, Gloria. Hear what you're learning.
We got 1 minute.
That's how I listen to
1 minute.
strategy specifically about residency with high transfer out that hit certain numbers. You're looking at flipping the absentee model and saying, okay, well, what if we look at this in a different way and we say, you know what makes the school worth flocking to, and is there something that can be done so that
Hopefully we can grow the success of just demonstrating.
deciding that
And you know, and the interesting thing about that is if they're moving from one ASD campus to another, maybe there's a transportation solution. Like I've always thought, like, wouldn't it be so cool if all of our, like, our kids who are at risk, if their parents moved anywhere within the district, that we would still guarantee transportation to their schools, and not to switch schools for the next year. Like, better to just pay a little money in transportation rather than pay thousands of dollars in remediation. So, like, you know, so we can kind of look at all those things to make it.
I think what I hear are no one's like they have to take it on. People have invested all these hours to say, work for a year and do something else, work for the campus. Keeping those in mind.
Which she's only using this
There's a solution here.
because
appreciate it. We're doing those without, we're doing them without. Thank you, yes. And I will say, given golf.
Did our feedback feel friendly? Our band director really, if you don't give enough to your students, they're doing
Go back to the dais.
And she said there was no legal reason to not do that. Oh, I have not.
We just said that's literally all that he
Oh.
said.
Okay. Really good. Awesome. All right. Yeah, why was he hesitant?
Oh, thank you. I was like so in my way.
I saw you peeking around.
I think this was AJ sharing the board.
That was his recommended version. Both of them.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone who's still with us at 11:42 p.m. Appreciate the great discussion. And at this time, the board is returned to the dais for closing comments. So we'd like to start with each group sharing out a summary of their discussion and any comments, and afterwards we'll open it up to all trustees for additional questions or comments.
I didn't know we were doing that.
I didn't either. Until I read the script. We doing that, or we
One
want?
of the things that we were going to do in the group was have.
Will you go use the microphone, please?
Yes. So trustees, one of the things that we were going to do is have y'all report out while y'all are in the groups of trios. But I think at this point, just getting feedback regarding kind of takeaways and thoughts would be very helpful to the team. So, the kind of the space is y'all's to provide any input that you'd like at this point.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Segura. So trustees, is there any feedback you'd like to share with the groups here or with our community? Trustee Lugo?
So first of all, thank you, Chief Segura. I want to call you, can I just call you Matias? I'm going to call you Matias. So thank you, Matias, for organizing this, and, to the folks who kind of work together to ensure that the long-range planning committee members or co-chairs could participate. For me personally, I find a lot of value in seeing the continuity between the LPC and the bond steering committee. In our trio, we heard about what items are not bond related, but but part of the long range planning work that's been done, and a really great conversation about the complexity of recommendations for communities that are really different, right? Each community has its own needs in terms of preferences for lots of different things that impact whether a recommendation includes a bond project or whether it's something that a lot of times folks shy away from, which is boundaries and kind of balancing enrollment and what does it look like and what would it really take to encourage parents to send their kids to a different school to kind of get that balanced enrollment in place. So I just wanted to express some appreciation for the work that the long-range planning committee members have done. I was super psyched about the students that participated. I was joking with Arthi. I was like, I just want to hang out with them and absorb knowledge. I felt smarter just by sitting next to next to them. So I just really appreciate it.
Any other comments or observations, trustees? Trustee Singh?
Just want to second the thanks to everyone for your hard work. I learned a lot, and I can just tell the brain work that went into this. My God, it's incredible what we can learn when we listen to each other. So hats off to Matthias and Dr. Hawley and all of you for doing this. I was glad to hear that Barbara is a huge athlete. Yes, and really appreciate that. But I also want to I enjoyed listening to Jeremy and his colleague. I can't remember your name. I'm sorry. But yes, and so just hearing about the potential for the real estate in the district, I think we have an opportunity to do some really cool stuff that's going to attract and allow for our staff to want to stay in the district. So thank you. I mean, it's so aligned with my heart and our values here in the district. So I look forward to a lot of that work as well.
Trustee Boswell?
Yeah, I just want to add my thanks. There's a huge amount of work that's obviously gone into this, and love and thought and creativity. We really heard about all kinds of solutions that really bring a new way of thinking and a really exciting set of ideas to this. And I know it's still in development, and just appreciate that it's not more of the same, that it's really thinking big. And I know the committee represents a lot of the kind of work that so many in our community ask for, that it's big, a bunch of people with a bunch of voices doing work all across our community to really bring ideas out and to make use of the knowledge, the ideas, the thought that our community has. So thank you all for being part of that. And I know you guys are a tiny fraction of the people who've been doing that work. And it shows in the conversations we had, the materials we've received. So thank you all for that. And do want to add thanks to Jeremy for, touching, I know you guys touched on the teacher and staff housing that might be possible. And we asked for some examples, and the examples in this book are so exciting, just to think about what might be possible here. And really, again, that I see a lot in this presentation today. We talk about setting an example, doing things differently, thinking big, and I see a lot of that potential here. So thank you all for that.
Trustee Foster?
So, an extended thanks to all of you who were here tonight, sharing your work, and then, please share the thanks broadly, widely with all your colleagues and our community members who are doing this work. So we've got hundreds of community members hard at work and thousands, I don't know if anyone's keeping track, but it's got to be thousands of hours that y'all are putting in. And what's coming out is critically important because we're at such an important crossroads in public education and in terms of support for public education. And we're at a moment where I really think that if we're going to survive, it's going to take innovative ideas that are coming from the folk living in the spaces, moms and dads taking their kids to this elementary school and this middle school and that middle school, and thinking through transportation as part of their daily life and creating space for that person to be at the table to talk about and think about transportation, or someone with concerns around mental health, or just all the things that we're dealing with, rather than having a top-down approach to solving. It just doesn't work that way. The best ideas come from a well-organized process that involves our community in synergy, in conversation, sometimes in tough conversation. I'm sure all of your conversations have just been so smooth and everyone's been so happy all along. But if by chance that hasn't always been the case, your graceful, gracious persistence to get it right, and at the end of the day, if we go for bond and when we pass a bond, it becomes this moment of beautiful opportunity. One of our great challenge, it's a nationwide challenge that has an acute reality here in Austin, is our capacity to hire and retain staff. And it's not enough, and this is a board visioning activity. We have to make a decision about what it looks like to support teachers. So we might have to, as a board, say, folks on the community are saying teacher housing. Folks on the community are saying rental assistance or this or that or whatever emerges. And then we have to go out and say that, because if we decide that retaining teachers is really important, and you tell us that here's how to do it, we're going to have to come out strong, because there's going to be somebody immediately saying, you're not in the business of that. And what we're going to have to say is, actually, the education mission requires it. We have vision screenings in schools. Why? Because kids who can't see are not positioned to learn. We feed kids. Why? Because hungry kids aren't positioned to learn. So there's been mission creep for decades and decades and decades in education, and we've embraced it. And so we help keep kids healthy. Well, should our mission creep that allows us to provide an education now include renewed support, renewed, innovative, thoughtful support of teachers that makes them want to come to Austin and not sprint to our beloved suburban brothers and sisters, right? I don't know if you knew that was happening. But the ideas are coming from you. I just learned so much tonight. So I think what we as a board have to do to best honor you is to figure out how best to support you on the ground, provide you the feedback, but then when we get there, champion this and just run with it. But the overriding message from me is just thank you.
Trustee Ashe?
So as I look out at the group of people that are here tonight, I know that this is a little bit of a culmination of the multiple evenings away from your family and loved ones, and time that you could have spent on Netflix or 1,000 other things. And I cannot put into words how much I appreciate your help. And now I invite the community to look not only to us as trustees, but also to these amazing people, as we are going to start to answer questions and start to be asked questions about future steps as it pertains to not just a bond, but a vision for our facilities and for teacher support and for real estate in Austin ISD. And so thank you for being willing to go on this journey with Austin ISD, with all of the people sitting up here. It's a big lift, and the more people we have lifting, the easier the job will be. And I'm grateful for every set of hands that has been a part of this lift. So thank you for tonight. Thank you for another notebook for me to add to my collection, and for all of the mountains of information, for your patience as even we asked questions. And I look forward to a continued collaboration.
Trustees, any other comments or questions? Trustee Zapata?
Do it without that, right? Oh, I have to do that. Oh, okay, thank you. Well, I too want to just ditto what everybody says. It was just amazing to hear how much knowledge you all have about our whole district. It's a lot of hard work, but everyone spoke with a commitment and passion of this work, just as we have to serve here, to serve you. So thank you for that, especially our young leaders that are surfacing, and as you do this work, you all spoke in ways that, anyone could understand. If I could understand, the community will understand when you explain what your role has been and the work you have done, and that's so important. I know there were some letters there I didn't know, but, I learned them today, EGA and what was it? I forgot the other one. FCA, okay. So, so just helping the community understand those important alphabets. And I am very excited, especially about the real estate process, because it gives me hope that maybe after I finish my term, I go work for AISD and I can buy a house. So looking at self-interest here. So, but thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Matias. I think you worked so hard, and I think you deserve to be called Chief Matias. So thank you all.
Trustees, thank you for, that was a nice warm fuzzy. So, and I think, too, I wanted to touch on what Trustee Ashley didn't mention is that she was sitting in your seat just a few years ago doing all the work of the Fab Pack, which was thousands and thousands of hours. So when she says she knows what you're sacrificing, I think she really, really does. So I endeavored to thank you all when you were in our small groups, but so I won't go down that mushy road again. But I will say that for me, kind of being the old lady of the board that lived through the master planning and bond planning that happened now almost 7-8 years ago, this was a really exciting exercise for me to see the ways that your committees have not only taken the work that was done previously, but you've built upon it, you've refined it, and you've expanded it, and you've thought about things in a really holistic way that's really impressive and exciting. And the creativity that was exhibited as well is also really impressive and exciting, because I think for a long time we've tended to think of things in a very sort of linear, doing things the way we've always done them sort of way. And I think the way that you all have come to the table ready to disrupt a lot of those old patterns and think about ways that this district can serve our students and our communities better is is really inspiring and really exciting, and can't wait to see where all of this work takes us next. And to the real estate work that we saw tonight, I think it's what I think this board has been wishing and hoping and asking for a long time, to be able to really think about not being constrained by, ordinary methods, but really being able to think about how this district can be a vanguard and really thinking about how we serve not just our students, but our staff as well. And to that end, too, I did want to say a special thanks to the teachers that are serving on this committee, because I think you guys are really examples of servant leadership in working really long days and then coming here and serving your district to try and make it better after your day job is over. So thank you for that. And I did want to give a special shout out to, is it Aiden? Yeah, I think when you talked to us, you helped, I think you were talking about how we serve, how we need to think about historically underserved communities, but you framed it in such a beautiful way that made me think about things differently. And really thinking about how the compounding impact that we see and think about, we tend to oversimplify by thinking about the impact of sheer population numbers rather than thinking about the impact of generationally what leaving some of those schools off the list has done. And so I really appreciate you reframing that for me. It was a nice blinding flash of obviousness for me. So, but to all of you, thank you. To our staff, thank you. I know this has been really long hours for you guys as well. So looking forward to seeing where we all go next together as one big team. So with that, since we actually just crested the midnight number, Secretary Singh, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, they're jumping in fast. I think it was Trustee Ashley. I got to call it for her. All right, having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashley to adjourn, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously by all those on the dais. So the meeting is now adjourned at midnight.